And hello to everybody. Thank you for joining us. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you joining me today for day 8 of California versus Monica Sementilli. And let's see who's in the chat. We've got Dreama Landry, OnlyFan, Baka of 3, Sneaky Side, coming in to say hello. Good to see you. Shirley Roth, Willow Johnson, thank you for that. Stopping in to say, show your support. Missy Russell, thank you. Hola. Wonder Woman, hola. Little Miss, thanks for popping in. Let's see. Tired of the wives? Gotcha. Understood. Julie, hello to you. Gina Farley, Capri Law, Christine Aitken, good to see you. Pammy, Nan R, Ozzy, good to see you. All right, so we've got day 8 of California versus Monica Sementilli. Yesterday was all about the insurance. We heard from two insurance, the two insurance people that worked at Procter & Gamble and or Coty, Tracy Rakovich and then Henry Meyer. Tracy was the senior benefits manager, and she oversaw North America, and then Henry was senior director of HR, and he was specific to, I guess, really LA. I'm not sure if he did more of America, but he was specifically for sure LA, Woodland Lawns, Woodland Hills. He mentioned that a couple times. Sally Schoen was she was sales at Procter & Gamble, but she was paired with Fabio when Wella was purchased. And Fabio would be her successor. So those are the 3 that we heard from yesterday. Not sure who we're expecting to hear from today. So it's a mystery who's going to show up. JM, hello to you. And Dreama Landry saying hello. Thank you very much. Therapist, can't tag anyone right now, but hello, everybody.
You can't. Why?
I don't know. JM saying hello to chat. Pammy's waving. All right, so let's see. We had a pretty full day already. We did Karen Reed in the morning. We did afternoon of Megan Boswell, which was a weird afternoon, but they're going on right now for day 2, which we will show. So tomorrow morning we'll show Megan's tomorrow morning. So we'll get caught up as best as we can. For those that are interested and want to watch Megan with us, we'll be picking up on that trial tomorrow. Nanar says, hey there, Chris, Squeegee of Justice, and Aaron. Trial TV Live. Oh, Super Ball is settling in for the afternoon. You settling in? All right, get yourself sorted out there, kiddo. Okay. Super Ball has settled herself in. All right. Oh, Comcast said that they would be. I got Super Bowl stuff on me already. Pants. Comcast said that they would be working in our area, so hopefully we won't experience a power outage or a Comcast outage. So just in case we lose you guys, just come back in. You know the drill by now. And Comcast will be here on Monday. While we're streaming, they'll be sitting right here with me, so that's going to be interesting. Oh, Ken, let's see. OnlyFan is saying to Ken, add Super Bowl to that list. Let's see, Ken, what did you say that you need to add? Christine Aiken, you can only watch mornings in this trial and have to watch the afternoon sessions the next day. Understood. Hey, Capri Law, good to see you. And Ken, is Ken there? You are, Ken. Oh, nothing is certain in life but deletion and taxes and lawyers. Because you need lawyers for all of that. Life, deletions, and taxes. Right? Oh, is Ken left? Julie says Ken's not here that I can see. We've got Wonder Woman Ola joining us. Oh, Rachel B, how you doing? Hearing the word taxes makes me feel sick. Yeah, that time of year. Capri Law waving. Hello to you. Good to see you. So they said originally they were going to start at 12:30. Now they're saying 12:45. So clearly that has changed as well. Cajun Bayou Queen, good to see you. Lunch was good for me. Hope yours was as well. He was here. He goes in and out. Right on. How long can one evade paying taxes before Big Brother finds out? That's a game of Russian roulette you're going to have to find out. You can go until September, I think, for business taxes, or October. Personal is September. You can basically file an extension until like September, maybe October. So you don't have to get them in by February and March. But I'm not a tax consultant. Consult your lawyer and or CPA. Ken is like the Scarlet Pimpernel. Nan is asking, JM, is there a space? Yes. You type in J, I think, and then a space. Yeah, type a J and then space, and then it'll come up for you. At symbol J space. Your lawyer CPA says you need to file them every year. Buzzkills. I know, right? Yep, voila, extension for October. Oh, file extension for October. Yep, Rachel, best not to let that drag too much. I've known people who have, and nobody's ever ended up in jail, but they will come and get you. Rachel B asked, don't you end up having to pay interest if you get an extension? You do not. But again, I'm not a tax consultant. I'm not a tax expert. I'm just going off of what we have done, what I have done. You can file an extension. If you're paying, I would also keep paying your quarterlies. Therapist, of course, you have to pay interest for breathing oxygen. That is true. Missy Russell says she is still here, multitasking with work. My husband tells me every day that I can't retire yet. Apparently being almost 40 years old isn't old enough yet. Ha! What? 40? And you're thinking about retiring? Holy smokes, good for you. What do you do? And can we get in on that? Rachel B, no worries. I file every year on time. I'm just complaining. Self-employment tax is the worst. Yeah. Just pay your quarterlies. Pay your quarterlies. Even if it's a penny, just pay them. Pay the man and or woman. OnlyFan, I'm not even going to bring that up. $50 for a $300,000 property? Bah. To you, I say, bah. Ola says, can you imagine the therapist to smuggle a file into jail for you, but she brings a violin? That's funny. Brenda Meyer, hello, you're here. Awesome. Hey, JM, you're 65, just retired. Good for you. Good for you. Yep. Rachel B, you're going to get blocked. Only fan. Hold on, you'll have to fiddle your way out. That's funny. Christine Aitken, I'm just so glad I'm retired and don't pay tax now in UK. Good for you. Thanks for rubbing that in. And know that we don't like you right now. Just kidding. Just kidding. Missy Russell, Rachel B. Yeah, one day we can retire. One day. You're looking at my retirement, to be pretty honest. This is what I envision myself doing for the next, till I'm old and gray. Will you guys still love me when I'm 64? Rachel B, listen, all you non-Americans, we know. Therapist, you know, what a strange way to kick someone when they're down. Rachel B will be, I'm going to be the best retired person ever. Christine, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Just having a laugh. Are you having a laugh? Just having a laugh. In my poorest Ricky Gervais British accent. Just having a laugh. Scott R's Footy. So many trials today. Might have to catch up later. Yeah, trust me. Will you still need me? Will you still need me when I'm 64? Meow, meow. Ola says, of course, squeegee 65 is the cutoff. And Debbie Blair is saying hello to everybody. Cool, cool. Yes, you retire and then watch the grandkids. Well, we don't have any kids, so we don't have any grandkids. We just have fur babies. NR says, I just got off the phone with my accountant. I had things happen in life and didn't file last 2 years. I did pay some in advance. He finished them and he said they owe me $90, so no fines or fees. Yeah, then there's that. I did that one year. I didn't file for, I was going through a moment in my life and I didn't file, I think, for 2 years, a year or two or something. And I got back a sizable chunk because, again, things were happening and it's just the way it worked. Well, Scotty RS Footy, what's the executive summary from this morning? They haven't started yet. So the executive summary is we wait. We hurry up and we wait. Rachel B, oh, never got money back. That would be a glorious day. Try taking out more during the course of the year. That might help. Might help. We try to take out as much as we can during the course of the year so we don't feel it, so we don't have to pay at the end of the year. But again, I don't know taxes. You talk to your accountant. Pammy, never ever get money back. Cajun Bayou Queen, retired in 2020, best thing ever. Did that have to do with COVID? Or was that just the timing of it all? Christine Aiken, your grandchildren are 30 and 24, so no need to look after them. They should be looking after me. Let's hope they do, right? Let's hope they do at some point. Rachel B says, yeah, we have. It's funny. I contract with the state and I end up paying them back the money they pay me to cover taxes for the other income. So I basically work for the state for free. Ugh. Pammy says, I pay huge quarterlies. Cajun Bayou Queen, just the timing. Right on. Therapist, you know, will never pay off the IRS. Never. Add it to the tab. Dill holes. Wow, so they are really, really late. Let me check another feed. Make sure that we have the feed up, but what's going on here? Monica Sementilli. Yeah. Well, now they're saying 13 minutes. Now they're saying 1:15. Wow, they just keep pushing it. All right. They keep pushing it out. Baca, Lazy Court, Judge Cohen. I kind of, you know what? He's grown on me. I at first I was like, he seemed a little gruff to me, but I actually like Judge Cohen now. I think he's a pretty cool guy. I think what has won me over is his interaction with the jury. He's cracking wise with the jury. I think he's a pretty cool dude. Brenda Meyer, we usually get something back, but as long as we don't have to pay, I'm good with that. Yeah, it's like a sum, even sum or whatever. Sum total even, whatever it's called. You don't have to pay. Well, you still have to pay for your accountant, right? So it's always nice to at least get the money back to pay for your accountant. That's always what we strive for, is at least to get the money back to pay for the accountant. Frankenjudge? Why do you call him that? Frankenjudge? He's what about him is a Frankenstein, Frankenjudge? Only fan. He's efficient. His brain is always processing the objections as they happen, like Kranick. Yeah. Yeah, he's very knowledgeable. So now they're saying 115.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They're really late.
I know. So, okay, so I'll take this time to talk about tonight. We're going to have Victoria Maxwell and Jimmy Dugan on. And Victoria is Devin Perkins' mother. So Devin is her son. And Jimmy is the father of Allie Spice. And Devin, if you recall, we had Victoria on earlier, back in December, that Devin was driving home with his girlfriend Allie and two of their friends in the back seat. And a driver was coming at them wrong way, no headlights on, speeding, had been drinking for 6 hours, smashed into them. And three kids were killed, and Devin was damaged, but he did survive. And they eventually took him to court, found him guilty because he was speeding, which it should have only been a misdemeanor. So anyway, his appeal was January 31st, and so we're going to have the father of Allie and the mother of Devin on with Jules. Jules Investigates. So that's going to be at 8 o'clock tonight. So I hope you guys join us for that. Hey, Mona. Maybe Monica wisely threw herself on the mercy of the court. Oh boy, OnlyFan. Yeah, there you go. I knew it. You're talking my language. Plea deal. OnlyFans nickname is plea, only plea. Yes. It is a stupid case, OnlyFan. I agree. But Jules watched the appeal, which was last Friday. We have not had a chance to watch it, but it'll be interesting to have them on. Looking forward to that. Okay.
Just 'cause I don't want audio to be happening.
Sure. All right, let's see what are you guys talking about here? Baca of 3. I think she's too narcissistic to take a plea. I do hope she takes the stand, though. That would be interesting for sure. That would be interesting. OnlyFans says she has no motive to take the stand, though, I feel. Yeah, what would she gain? What would she gain by taking the stand? To tell her side of the story? Really not much to tell, right? She went to the gym, she went to Target, she went to another store, came back. Right? There's not much for her to... Yeah, I don't think she will take the stand. That would be my guess. I'd like her to, because it's always fun to see the defendant get up there, but I don't think she will because there's really nothing to tell. Right? Other than to admit, yeah, sure, I had an affair. So Baca says she needs to convince the jury she had nothing to do with it. Yeah. But she'll get shredded, right? I mean, Cross will absolutely shred her, and for the adulteress that they're painting her out to be. Dreama Landry, I don't think she will take the stand either. OnlyFans says her position is that she had nothing to do with it, so it will really hurt her chances. It's more for the state to prove. Yeah. As much as we want her, because it's always fun to see the defendants take the stand, but yeah, she will be shredded. Yeah, I mean, they'll rip into the affair. And to me, we've kind of talked about this a little bit. To me, I think we have battle of the experts, right? That's usually what these boil down to, battle of the experts. But yeah, Dreama Landry, it's going to be a battle of the hitmen, one for the state, one for the prosecution. So one for the state, one for the defense. So defense gets Baker, and state gets Austin. And I would have to say Austin has more to lose because they're dangling, a plea deal, if you will, over his head if he testifies truthfully, whereas Baker, he's got nothing to lose. He took his plea, he copped out, and that's it. He's in for life. So, hey, Mona says Silverman would be ready with the love letters and sexts for sure. Yep. You guys are talking about bull mastiffs, yeah. Battle of the Hitmen would be awesome. That's what it's going to be, right? It's usually Battle of the Experts, but this one's going to be Battle of the Hitmen. Who's more credible? Who will you believe? Who will you believe more? Battle of the Thugs. There you go. Hey, JVA. Apparently court is delayed. They keep pushing it. First they said 12:30, then 12:45, then 1 o'clock, I think, and then now 1:15. So we will see. Missy Russell, yes, they are. They are absolutely supposed to. Christopher Austin is supposed to be for the state because he's going to just say everything about Baker hiring him, and he says, oh, it was the woman that made us do this. And then the defense is going to pull up Baker, and he's basically going to say, No, she had nothing to do with it. Monica had nothing to do with it. OnlyFans, did Baker pull the trigger? So protesters. Well, there was no trigger. I know what you're saying. It was the knife, obviously. Austin stabbed him. Who stabbed him more? I hate to say that, right? One of them stabbed him more. Austin was supposed to initially do it, right? Because he was initially going to do it, and then at that restaurant, at the Pho restaurant, but he... Okay, so Baker started stabbing, and then Austin stabs him as well. So Baker started it, and then Austin finished it off. So it seems like Baker is the more aggressor, if you will. So Baker is the main one. Gina says, I believe Austin over Baker. He only did it for money. Joe Schmo, Saving Silverman is a hilarious movie. That is a good movie. It's been a minute since I watched it. I might have to rewatch Party. Yeah, that's a good one. Jack Black, Jason Biggs, Steve Zahn. Yeah. And who's the female? She's really, really popular. Silverman. What is her name? Amanda Peet. Yes, Amanda Peet. Yep, that's a good one. It has been a while since I've watched that. It's from 2001. That's a good one, though, Joe Schmo. Thanks for bringing that one. Sorry, knifing. No worries, OnlyFan. I got you. I got your back. Yeah, they are a bunch of ding-dongs, aren't they? And then they staged the house to make it look like a robbery, but it wasn't even close to being a robbery. I mean, all they did was mess up the bedroom. They didn't do anything other than just mess up the bedroom. All right, you guys are going to make me look up what's going on out there. So 2 days ago, yep, it's the immigration thing. So we're going to try not to get into that, but basically people are protesting the current administration, and that's where we're going to leave it right there. Oh, shoot. Dang it. This court gonna kill me. This court, I'm telling you. All right, here we go.
So I'll be back. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, James, spell your first and last name, please.
James, J-A-M-E-S, Dugan, D-U-G-G-A-N.
Do me a favor, can you just tap on that microphone, see if it's okay, good. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Dugan.
Good morning.
What is your current occupation?
I'm retired.
Your current occupation is retired, and do you do any volunteer work?
I do. I work
What do you
for
do?
Lee County Sheriff's Office as a volunteer patrol officer.
Do you have a background then in investigations?
I do.
Okay, what were you doing specifically around the time frame of 2017? What was your occupation then?
In corporate headquarters for a company called Cody Incorporated. I ran 3 departments. I was the Chief Security Officer, Vice President of Risk Management, and Vice President of Brand Protection.
During the time frame of 2016 then, were you part in that role in Cody when you acquired a portion of Procter & Gamble?
Yes, I was.
And just briefly, we've heard testimony on it then. What was that transition as far as your role?
My role was then from a risk management perspective was to ensure all the assets for the corporation. And my other role in security was to view all their facilities for security purposes, security audits.
I'm sorry.
Security audits.
Okay. Where were you located, meaning what was your home office where you resided?
At corporate headquarters in Manhattan, New York.
Did you know a Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
Exhibit 13 on the screen then. Do you recognize that as Fabio?
Yep.
How did you first meet Fabio?
In 2016, in early October, Cody organized a meeting in Cannes, France, between the top 200 marketing and sales people and management people from Procter & Gamble that were becoming part of the acquisition with our top 200, and I ran security for that event in Cannes.
Did you have, from that day forward, any ongoing communications with Fabio?
I did not. The only time I spoke with Fabio was we had lunch one of the days in Cannes together. We sat at the same table, spoke briefly.
So in other words, did your department or your role have any interaction with what he was doing as far as Cody and Woodland Hills directly?
I did not.
On the date of January 23rd, 2017, or shortly thereafter in the early morning hours of January 24th, did you find out that Fabio had been killed?
So the evening of the 23rd, late in the evening, New York time or East Coast time, I received a phone call from our public relations officer in New York at home on my cell, telling me that Fabio had been murdered at home.
When you found out that information, what did you do?
I asked some questions about what happened, and she shared with me what was publicly known, and then I went to bed, and the next morning I reached out, when time permitted, I reached out to the LAPD to see if I could track down who's the detective handling the case.
Why did you do that?
I've been given instructions by our CEO, Camilo Pon, to assist in the investigation in any way Cody could. I would be the go-between between Cody and law enforcement to assist with the investigation.
And when you say assist, what did that mean to you?
Well, it meant anything that potentially Cody could help with, whether they needed access to his computer, whether they needed access to whatever they needed in the company records. I was to secure that for him.
So is it fair to say then Cody was attempting to be cooperative with law enforcement?
Correct.
Did you contact a specific detective?
So I reached out. I found the captain of the homicide, and he gave me Gene Parcel's name and phone number and told me to call him. He would be the detective handling the case.
And did you call Detective Parshall?
I did.
At some point then, well, let me ask you this. During that call, did Detective Parshall give you any specific details of the investigation up to that point, knowing that it's still early?
No, he gave me none.
Did you let him know that you're available?
I was available. If they needed access to his computer, they needed any passwords, I would secure those for him.
Did you end up subsequently flying to Los Angeles?
I told detective that I would be out in 3 weeks for counterfeit training with LA Sheriff's Office and Orange County Sheriff's Office, and would I be able to, if I could set aside some time, could I meet with him, and we agreed on a day and time, which was a Thursday, 3 weeks later.
When you indicated counterfeit training, was this unrelated to anything to do with the death of Fabio? It was another part of your job?
Correct. That was part of my brand protection responsibilities.
So around, was that on Thursday, March 9th then? Did you fly out here?
I flew out, I believe, either that Sunday night or Monday morning, I believe possibly Monday morning that week, and did the counterfeit trainings on Monday, Tuesday. I went to our office on Wednesday and met with the HR person there. His name is Henry. And then I met with the detective on Thursday.
So that would be March 9th.
March 9th.
Of 2017.
Correct.
When you say home office, are you talking about the one in Woodland Hills?
Their office, yes.
Okay. And there you met with Henry Meyer.
Correct.
Did you ever reach out to Fabio's wife, Monica Sementilli?
So Henry gave me her name and phone number, her cell phone number, and I reached out to her that Thursday afternoon after I spoke with the detective.
Up until this point in time, had you ever met Monica Sementilli?
I had not.
Had you ever talked to Monica Sementilli?
I had not.
Have you since then, did you end up meeting her face to face?
I did not. We never met face to face.
Okay. So when you spoke to her then, how did that happen?
So I called her on the phone, told her who I was and that I was head of security for Cody, and I've been given instructions to assist the LAPD in the investigation any way Cody could. And I also was told her. I also then asked her if there was anything I could do that Cody could do for her.
And what did she say?
She asked me for could I give some help finding out what's going on with the life insurance.
Is that the first thing she asked you?
That's the only thing she asked, yes.
That's the only thing she asked you?
Correct.
Did she ask you for any help with relocating or moving out of the house?
No.
Did she ask you for any help with restoring the security system in her house?
No.
What did you tell her about the life insurance proceeds?
So I told her that I was flying back to New York on Friday the following day, and that the following week I'd be in Europe, and that when I was in the office the following Monday, I would check out the life insurance and find out what was going on with it, and I would reach back out to her.
Regarding life insurance, did you have any role in allocating life insurance, filing life insurance, anything of that nature?
No, that was all handled by Human Resources.
Okay. Did you know who the contacts were in Human Resources?
Oh, yes.
Who were they?
And there were several, but Tracy Rakovich was the person that I would go to, even for my own questions.
And did you then subsequently have a conversation with Tracy Rakovich about what the defendant had asked you?
So that Monday, I believe it was March 20th, I'm not sure, is that the date? I think it's March 20th. Yes, March 20th. I met with Tracy sometime during that day. Having been out on the road for 2 weeks, I had a lot of stuff on my desk to take care of. I met with Tracy quickly. She gave me some details about the life insurance and some other information, and I ended my day and went home.
And that was Monday. Was that the day that you had told the defendant you would get back to her?
It is.
Okay. Did you talk to her that Monday?
I did not.
Did you talk to her the following day?
So the following day, the 21st, I received a voicemail from her. I think I was in a meeting, so I called her back after I was out of the meeting.
So you had not called her since your conversation that you had with her when you were out in LA. You had not called her back yet?
That's correct.
Okay. So she called you on that Tuesday?
Correct.
And what did she say to you?
Objection, hearsay.
So overruled.
She asked me what I had learned about the life insurance, and I told her that I had learned from Tracy that the police officers would have to sign, the LA Police Department would have to sign off on the beneficiaries not being involved in the crime.
Did she respond to that at all?
She said, well, and I told her that she'd need to talk to the detective, and she knew who the detective was.
Did you talk to her, or strike that, did you find out also, or were you aware that the salary of Fabio was going to be continued then for 6 months?
Objection, foundation.
So overruled.
Should I answer?
Yes.
So I'm sorry. So Tracy also advised me that our CEO, Camillo, had advised that because of the family situation, that it would be best that we continue Fabio's salary for the next 6 months.
Now, did you speak with Detective Harshal at some point then about this life insurance?
So after I hung up with Monica, I called Detective Parshall.
And that was in March?
That same day, the
Same day.
21st.
Okay. What did you tell him?
I told him that Monica had asked about the life insurance, and that I advised him that I advised her that he needed to sign off on the beneficiaries.
Okay. Did you speak to the defendant again about life insurance?
I believe I possibly spoke to her at least one more time.
After you spoke to Detective Parshall, did you call her back that day?
I did not.
Okay. At some point then, you believe you talked to her again about it. Was it the same topic?
It was.
Did you ever have any conversations after you offered assistance to the defendant about anything else other than the life insurance?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. As far as your relationship or your communication, I should say, with Detective Parshall, did you keep in regular communication with Detective Parshall?
Every couple of weeks, I give him a call.
And why was that?
Just to follow up, the company was very concerned whether there was any involvement with Cody's employment of Fabio.
And without telling us anything that Detective Parshall said specifically, did he ever give you any specifics regarding their investigation?
Objection, hearsay.
That is not overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Parcell was a classic investigator. He kept everything very close to his vest. He told me nothing about the investigation.
Did Detective Parshall give you, for lack of better words, a heads up that there was going to be arrest on the day of June 14th, 2017?
He did not. Our conversation regarding that is I asked him for a favor. Since the day after the murder, the open source media surrounded our office and kind of made for a very confusing day for our senior management. So I asked him if he would give me a heads up, even an hour ahead of the arrests, so that I could warn the office to be prepared and have statements prepared to give to the media at that time, and he said he would.
And did he give you an update that there was going to be an arrest on June 14th, 2017?
So he called me. I actually was running to make a train, which I didn't make, in Grand Central. He called and told me that arrests had already taken place. And he said, but it won't be publicly released until there's a press conference a few days later.
And then, based on your position in the company, did you inform those in your company
So then
what you indicated?
Right. So I directly called our CEO, our general counsel, and the president of that division, of the Weller division, and I also called another person, the senior vice president who was responsible for that division.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will call Jake Gibson.
Raise your right hands. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat with this stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. We can breathe. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Jake Gibson. First name's Jake, last name's Gibson, Gibson.
Thank you.
Proceed, please.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed?
I'm currently employed with the Federal Public Defender's Office in the Central District of California as a digital forensic investigator.
Okay. And where were you employed previous to that?
I was employed with the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office, Bureau of Investigation, for 15 years.
And what was your job title at the LADA's office?
Investigator and senior investigator.
And where were you assigned during that time? When you left, let's talk about that.
The last 9 years, I was assigned to the digital forensic unit. I was focusing on digital forensics.
Okay. And what is digital forensics?
It's the acquisition, analysis, and reporting on electronic information stored on cell phones, computers, SD cards. If it contains digital information, it's the process of the acquisition, analysis, and reporting on electronic data.
Okay. Can you briefly detail for us your training and experience in the area of digital forensics?
Yeah, I have over 1,000 hours of training pertaining to digital forensics. I have 3 certifications from the SANS Institute, GCFE, a certified forensic examiner, certified forensic analyst, and a certified smartphone forensic analyst from the SANS Institute. It's a tool agnostic certification that's recognized in the digital forensic community. Going back to the training, I've attended trainings from the FBI, California Department of Justice, FBI, Celebrate, Magnet Forensics, Axiom, and other software vendors.
Okay. And you mentioned Celebrate. Celebrate is a company that does what?
Celebrate has, they make software that allows examiners or investigators, individuals, to acquire, analyze, and report on mobile devices specifically, like your iPhones, Androids, cell phones, digital devices that's stored on the device, data that's stored on the device.
So they make some type of software that allows you to visualize the data from a digital device?
Yeah, Celebrate Physical Analyzer is the software. It's a data visualization tool to take the data that's on your device and make it accessible for analysis for a human being to interpret the data.
And prior to using the software to visualize the device, is there also a procedure that takes place in order to recover or image or copy a particular device so that you can then use the visual analyzer to see the information?
Yeah, the acquisitions that we're going to be talking about today were provided by LAPD, and I was able to analyze those acquisitions.
Excuse me one moment. Approximately how many forensic exams on digital devices would you say you have performed over the course of the time that you've been assigned to as a digital forensic examiner or investigator?
At least 2,000, all encompassing mobile devices, SD cards, records from service providers, over 2,000.
And in those 2,000 cases, have you also analyzed the evidence and reported on what you found?
Just not 2,000 cases, 2,000 items.
Items.
Yeah, 2,000 items on over 100 cases, approximately.
And that's because on some cases, such as this, you might be looking at multiple devices?
Correct.
All right. And did you also, while you were working for the district attorney's office, regularly lecture in this area.
Yeah, I did I self-authored a mobile device forensic class that I gave to the law enforcement community several times. And I presented that information in a presentation several times. And then in my current assignment, I've also provided training to federal employees regarding digital forensics and discovery issues.
And while you were working for the district attorney's office, you also trained not just in law enforcement investigators, but also district attorneys in the in this area, correct?
Correct. Here in Los Angeles and in Ventura County.
Okay. And have you also testified as an expert in the Superior Court as well as before the LA County Grand Jury?
Yes,
in this area?
I've testified as an expert before the grand jury in various evidence hearings and at jury trials, and I have testified in federal court as an expert.
Did you review evidence from various mobile devices, in this case regarding the murder of Fabio Sementilli, while you were employed at the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And did you obtain the extracted information or image files from a law enforcement agency to conduct your investigation and analysis?
Yes.
And who did you obtain that information from?
Is LA, I remember his first name being George.
George Diaz?
George Diaz, LAPD. He was assigned to the forensic unit for LAPD.
Okay. And so did you obtain device extractions, as I said, imaged files, photos of devices and things of that nature from George Diaz maybe sometime in 2018?
Correct.
And were the two of you part of some type of Secret Service task force at that time?
Yeah, we were part of the United States Secret Service Federal Task Force for forensics and cybersecurity, cybercrime.
All right. And in terms of what your role was, once you obtained the device extractions and imaged files, what did you do with those items?
I began the process of analyzing the devices and visualizing or capturing screenshots of various important artifacts from those various devices and placing that into a PowerPoint.
All right. And based on the large volume of data and the type of investigation that was relevant to this case, did you focus your analysis on certain items?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that based on the volume of evidence, you can never report on every detail that is found when you conduct investigations on devices such as this? That it would, in other words, be an incredibly large volume?
There's a large amount of data on these devices. The relevant, like you try to do your best to put in the most relevant artifacts pertaining to the information that's on the devices, but you can't put all the information or that are on these devices, especially when we're going to be talking about 4 devices, in a PowerPoint. Like, it's not practical or reasonable.
Okay. So did you focus your analysis on certain items such as call logs?
Yes.
Contacts?
Yes.
Emails?
Yes.
Messaging?
Like,
MMS, SMS?
yes.
What is the difference between MMS and SMS?
SMS is simple messaging service, and the MMS is multimedia messaging service. So the easiest way to think of it is SMS is messaging with text, letters, numbers, and MMS is like when you send pictures or media, multimedia.
Hence the what MMS stands for, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you also look at image files,
Yes.
wireless networks,
Yes.
often when you use software such as Celebrite to visualize information, are you able to sometimes find data that might have been previously deleted by a user?
Yes.
And is that dependent on whether or not the deleted data had been written over on the device?
That would, yes. There's a lot of different factors that can play into deleted data, but if there are items that are marked for deletion and haven't been overwritten in the databases, it can be recovered by certain software.
Okay. In some cases, correct?
Yes.
And is there different type of locations or space on these devices that you look at? Such as, let's say, if you're looking for deletions maybe in the unallocated space?
Yes, that's one way to frame it. Yes.
Okay. And did you create a PowerPoint or a series of slides that were representative, again, not including everything, but representative of what evidence existed and you believed was relevant at the time when you were conducting your investigation back in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be representative of a larger volume, as we talked about, of data that you reviewed.
Correct. There's an enormous amount of data on these devices, and this is a snapshot of the relevant artifacts at the time when I was doing the investigation.
Your Honor, I have a CD, I believe, that contains this PowerPoint relevant to this particular witness. May it be marked as people's next in order, please?
105.
Thank you. Can you explain, before we even start, what metadata is?
Metadata, the meta just means self-referring, so it's just self-referring information about a particular file in this case. So metadata gets thrown around a lot. It's just self-referring information.
And if you were to have metadata, let's say, for example, on a photograph, what type of information might that metadata provide?
You're going to be talking about timestamps, what device took the picture, the location of where that file is in regards to the file system of the device, and any other information that we'll be discussing.
So including timestamps, location, and also perhaps date?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is the first slide of your PowerPoint where you started with booking photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the second photo was a photograph of the victim in this case, whose device you also analyzed, correct?
Yes.
And you had a device or devices relating to the defendant in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
And also devices relating to a prior defendant, Robert Baker?
Yes.
All right. So, what is it that we see here on this particular slide, which is, I believe, slide 6?
You'll notice in the upper left corner, it's item 67. That is the LAPD item number. So item 67 is Fabio Sementilli's iPhone 7 Plus, and there's identifying information on the right-hand side under the device information. And you can see in the lower left corner is his phone number, the MSISDN number, and that's the phone number for Mr. Sementilli.
Okay, the 818 number that we see, 3310463.
Correct.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that there was much less data on his cell phone, item 67, than you found on the defendant's?
I would say that there wasn't a lot of relevant information on Mr. Sementilli's phone for this matter. As far as like the total volume, that would be speculation. As far as, because I'm not looking for information that's not relevant to the investigation.
Okay. So in other words, anything that was related to his career, that wasn't what your focus of your analysis was?
That would be fair.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 7, item 82. What do we see here?
Item 82 is are photographs of the LG G-Pad. These photographs were provided to me to help visualize the device.
Okay. And what do we see in the top right corner?
That's a AT&T SIM card. You will see the number that starts with 89. That is a ICC ID number. It's a unique number for the SIM card. It identifies the country code, which is the set of 3 numbers after the 89, and then the rest of it is a unique identifying number.
What is a SIM card?
It allows the device to connect on the cellular network, and then it assigns a phone number so that that device can connect through the cell network.
So in other words, you could make phone calls through this device as well as connect to the internet to, let's say, do an internet search.
Correct.
Showing you the next slide. What do we see here on slide 8?
Specific device information for item 82, identifying the Bluetooth device name and other information, the ICC ID number from the SIM card as well.
Okay, so various unique identifiers for the device. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the next slide, again, relating to the defendant's LG G-Pad, what do we see here?
This is a screenshot of the physical analyzer software displaying the user accounts for item 82.
Okay. And does it appear that from looking at this particular slide that the defendant had it under her personal name, and that there appears to be multiple email addresses saved to this device?
Correct. The Instagram, for example, the username is Monica Sementilli. For the Instagram, that's the first row. Happened to be highlighted in blue. There's also fabstyle67@gmail.com. And the different services like your Hangouts have Monica Sementilli. The Google Drive and Google Maps and the Gmail account associated with the device are also Monica Sementilli @gmail.com.
Okay. And what do we see here? I believe this is maybe slide 10.
This is item 101. This device is Mr. Baker's, and it's a picture of the Samsung device along with the SIM card.
This was a Samsung S4?
I think the next slide will have the
Okay.
device. Yeah, this is the Samsung SGH i337. It's just the model number of the model assigned to the device, and you can see item 101. Mr. Baker's phone number is in the lower left corner with 702-883-2325.
Let me ask you, if we saw on this last slide that, slide 10, that there is a SIM card, would a user be able to switch out the SIM card and therefore switch out the phone number on the device?
Yeah, you can SIM swap. You can add and remove SIM cards from devices that allow you to do that. this particular device, it's removable, along with the SD card.
Okay. And moving on to slide 12, what do we see here? This looks similar to what we saw with respect to the defendant's device number 82.
Well, this is item 101. This is Mr. Baker's user accounts that was populated by Celebrate for Mr. Baker, or Mr. Baker's device.
So it shows that he has a Facebook Messenger under his name, correct?
Correct. If you look under the name column, which is the third column from the screenshot, and it's the fifth row.
If we look under the third row, does it appear that he also has various email accounts connected to this device, one being oeginc@gmail and one being Oz Entertainment?
The third row has the RB at westover1981.com, along with the other three emails.
Okay. Showing you the next slide. Slide number 13, item number 119. What is this?
These are photographs of Monica Sementilli's phone.
Okay. Front and back.
Correct.
Showing you the following slide. Slide 14, what do we see here?
This is more device information for Monica Sementilli's phone. You can see on the lower left corner, her phone number was 818-424-4213.
Okay. And is this an iPhone 7?
Yes.
Thank you. And what do we see on the following slide? Slide 15.
These are the user accounts associated with item 119, and you can see the call Madi-mo at hotmail.com email address, along with on the Instagram user account assigned as Monica Sementilli.
What about the next slide, slide 16?
This is photographs of item 121.
Okay. And this was yet another iPhone registered to Robert Baker?
This is a Galaxy. It's not an iPhone.
Sorry. It says iPhone, but it's actually a Samsung Galaxy, correct? This would be an S8?
This is a Galaxy S8. It just says Robert Baker's phone. So
I think. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I thought it said iPhone. Showing you the next slide, 17. What does it tell us in particular with respect to this phone and its phone number?
This is item 121. The phone number for this device is 213-272-1093.
Okay. And now moving on to slide 19, what do we see here with respect to items 119 and item 67?
This screenshot came from item 119, and these are the contact entries filtered for Mr. Sementilli for item 67.
When you say filtered, what does that mean?
I'm filtering. You can see that there's 1,164 contacts. I'm filtering down those contacts so you can see Mr. Sementilli's information that's stored on Mrs. Sementilli's device.
So she has him stored under his name as well as under Daddy?
On the second row, the WhatsApp application, the Daddy is associated with that phone number.
Okay. Showing you the next slide. What do we see here?
This is Mr. Baker's item 101. Filtered down, there's the three contact entries. The first entry does not have Mr. Baker. It's not for item 101. It doesn't. The phone number is not Mr. Baker's, but the last three entries are.
Okay. And that's the 702 phone number that we talked about?
Correct, the 702, the phone number ending in 2325.
Thank you. And if we look at the slide after that, slide 21, what do we see here?
These are contact entries for item 121 for Mr. Baker that are stored on Mrs. Sementilli's phone.
Okay. So she, what do we see in that, the first column where we see the number 1002? What does that column represent?
So there's 1,164 contact entries. That is just 1,002 of the 1,164. That's just the number that's assigned to that specific entry for that particular screenshot.
And so for that number 1002, she has that listed as Robert and the phone number that we saw relative to his item number 121, correct?
Correct. Item 121 is that 1093 is listed in that contact entry.
And she also has him listed as racquetball and as Louisa and as Diane racquetball, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Louisa, were you aware that, did you become aware that Louis is Baker's middle name?
Yes.
All right. And looking at the next slide, slide 22, what do we see here?
This is a contact entry from item 101. The contact is someone that's listed as Alfred Birdsong, and the phone number that is pointed out is the same phone number for the device. But Mr. Birdsong also has 2 additional phone numbers and emails.
Okay. And if we look at this particular slide, does it also have, as we see on the right, an address in Las Vegas?
Yes, 10245.
Oz Entertainment Group, Inc.
Yeah, yes.
And does it also indicate a similar email address or a web address that we saw from Mr. Baker, which is that OEG, this one is
Yes.
Alan.
Yes.
All right. Moving on to slide 23, can you tell us what we're looking at here with respect to Baker's device 101?
This is device 101's contact entries for item 121. Both because he had 2 phones. This is his one device contact entries for his other device, and you can see that he listed it as Robert L. Baker and Robert.
And is there also an email associated through Yahoo,
Yes.
as well as a P.O. box?
Yes.
The next slide, item 101, slide 24. What does this show us in terms of contacts?
These are two contact entries for item 101 for contact entry Oz Entertainment Group Incorporated and Robert Baker.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 25. What does this contact show us for item 121 in connection with Baker's other phone, 101?
The phone number that's highlighted with the arrow is item 101. This contact entry is from 121.
Okay. 121 being the Galaxy S8, correct?
Don't want to mix the two up. I believe 121 is the S8.
Okay. And under this particular contact, we also see under details the name Alfred Birdsong, along with Alfred Birdsong's, looks like a couple of email contacts, or a few of them actually, correct?
Correct. There's emails and a couple of other phone numbers associated with Mr. Birdsong.
Okay, including the address and the Oz Entertainment Group that we looked at on a prior slide.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to slide 26. What did you document here?
This is a contact entry from item 121, and this contact entry is for item 119, Monica Sementilli's phone number, the phone number ending in 4213, with her Hotmail email address that was also in 119.
Okay. Okay. So you now have a slide that indicates 27, same contacts. Look at 28. What are you documenting here?
The same contact entries that are on 119 and 121.
Okay. So between the defendant's phone and one of Baker's phones, they have the same contact information for an individual by the name of Paula McCullum with the same phone number, ending in 6026?
Correct.
Okay. And the next one? Same thing?
It's the same thing, but with a phone number ending in 3905.
For an Elise Bluo?
It's Elise and Elise Racquetball. I wouldn't
Okay.
know the
Got
last
you.
name.
And the next slide, slide 30, same contact for Miss Sheila Salahian in each phone?
Correct. The 2283 is, or the phone number ending in 2283. Both 119 and 121.
Okay. And it looks like the contact under 121, Baker's phone, actually has a picture associated, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to slide 31. What did you indicate here?
Same contact entry for Ron Ray, phone number ending in 81.
And this is between the defendant's iPhone and Baker's Samsung 101.
Correct.
What did you mean by number 121 not shown?
I don't remember.
Okay. The next slide, 32, this is again showing the same type of information, the same contact for an individual named Matt Nurse and his phone number between the defendant's phone and Baker's phone 101.
Correct.
And also a contact for a phone number with, does this appear to be
This is so.
no name?
Well, yeah, it's adult talent management.
Okay.
However, on Monica's device, that's actually a recent log, so it's not an actual contact entry that was manually entered into the device. It could have been just associated with the device in some unknown manner.
When you say manually entered, meaning that the phone number was dialed?
It could have been anything. If you look at the source file,
Yes.
you see the library mail recents. You'd have to go into that database and figure out how that phone number was placed into her device, but it wasn't. The user didn't manually enter that phone number as a contact entry into her device based on the screenshot.
Okay. So it's not a contact, but it was somehow manually entered the phone number.
No,
So exactly what is it?
it's not manually, and Monica didn't manually enter that phone number into her device. It was just associated with the device at some point, which could have been through a mass text message. Like, without looking at the database, there's no way to know how it landed on the device. It could have been through like a text message or third-party application association. It's just the same phone number that was on both devices.
Got it. On the item 101 belonging to Baker, he has a title as Adult Talent Management, ATM, and he has that under details as a work phone number associated.
Correct.
Moving on to the next slide. We were just you just mentioned third-party applications. In this case, Viber. What is a third-party application?
Third-party apps are those that give you added functionality to your mobile devices. Most people have iPhones or Google Androids. Third-party applications are those at which you can download from the Play Store or the iTunes Store from Apple. And they give you added functionality to your mobile device that's not on your device when you first purchase it.
What does added functionality mean?
It could be anything. There's millions of apps that give you different things that you can do with your mobile device. So you can play games, do things that's not by default installed on your device.
Okay. So it's an application you have to actually download, as you just described.
Viber is a third-party app that you have to download.
Is it also a messaging app?
Yeah, it's a messaging. If you go to the next slide, they'll tell you exactly what it is. It's a third-party app that allows you to connect to other people. It's similar to Facebook or WhatsApp. It's a third-party messaging app that allows you to make calls and video messages and utilize their platform to connect to individuals.
So you can use it to, let's say, make a video call similar to like a FaceTime call on an iPhone?
I'm just, because this was in 2018, it's a yes, it looks like yes.
Okay. Also, you could make an audio call, a regular phone call.
Yes.
You can text, send a message.
Yes.
Okay. The following slide is that's basically something you pulled off the internet regarding what Viber is and does.
Correct.
Okay. And the following slide, slide 37, same thing, more information regarding Viber.
Correct.
All right. And then what do we see in slide 38?
These are Monica's iCloud records that were seized by LAPD that were provided to me, and this is just a screenshot of one of the Excel spreadsheets that come back from Apple.
When you say seized by LAPD, in terms of the iCloud records as well as the cell phone extracts, would those all have been provided via a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here relative to her iCloud records and Viber?
This is zoomed out. It's just, these are various records that Apple stored for Viber, and the different columns has different information that Apple is storing for the specific user.
And what do we see here in slide 39?
So in the third column where you see the arrow on the left is Monica Sementilli's phone number ending in 4213. And then the other arrow you can see content name Viber Messenger.
So this shows us from her iCloud records that she is using Viber in order to, as you said, to make calls or messages, things of that nature.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
If you look at the content name, you can see the Viber Messenger. There's activity with Viber.
Okay. So it shows you specifically Viber Messenger, correct?
Correct.
Looking at the following slide, what does this indicate?
This is the that column, create underscore TS is creation timestamp. That is the Viber Messenger install date for Viber on Monica's device.
So in other words, she installed Viber Messenger, as you talked about before, through an app store online app store, downloaded it to her phone on April 9th, 2016.
Objection. Conclusion is not founded. It's overruled. It's expert opinion.
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, what do we see here? This would be slide 41.
These are password tokens for item 119 for filtered for Viber.
What does that mean?
As you can see, there's 188 entries, and if you look in the upper right corner, you can see I filtered for Viber, and those are the 4 entries that are filtered for Viber. And if you look at the data, that is like a token that is stored for that specific application and account.
So in other words, she has Viber stored on her device with a password.
Correct.
Showing the keychain for it.
It's labeled as device key.
Okay. And what do we see on the next slide here?
The column highlighted are application updates for the actual application itself.
So it shows that not only did she download Viber Messenger app onto her phone, but it had been updated, the app had been updated multiple times. Is that right?
Apple is recording that there are updates and re-download. If you look at the third row in the upper left corner, it says iTunes update and re-download details.
And again, it also has an associated email that we saw on her phone, number 119, the Kamadi-Bo@Hotmail.
Correct, the 5th column.
And in the top left, it shows that it's the update is through iTunes, correct?
Correct. It says Apple, it's iTunes data.
Okay. Showing you the next slide. Does this indicate the last time that the Viber Messenger app was updated on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
That would be April 1st of 2017?
No, that's January 4th. It's month.
Sorry.
It's year, month, day.
Thank you. And what do we see here on the next slide, slide 44?
These are Viber log entries from item 119.
Okay. And are these entries that occurred between January 17th and January 23rd, the date of the murder?
This specific screenshot is from April 30th, 2016 through November 12th, 2016. So it might be on the next slide.
Let me go back one slide to this slide we were just at. When we see log entries 4,234, what does that indicate?
That there were 4,234 log entries that were parsed by Celebrate, physical analyzer.
For Viber? Specific to Viber?
No, total log entries. This is filtered for Viber.
And the next slide, what do we see here?
These are continuation. As you can see, it's continued from November 12th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017.
And the January 23rd, the date of the murder, that would be, it says 7:21 UTC minus 8. What does UTC minus 8 mean?
UTC, Universal Coordinated Time. UTC 0 is the time zone in England. And the way that mobile devices count time is they count seconds from a epoch time. And so when you see the minus 8, that's adjusted for here in California. So for January 23rd, the last row, 2017, at 7:21, and you see minus 8, that is 7:21 a.m. here in Los Angeles.
Okay. And what do we see here on the next slide? I think this is 46.
These are call log entries from item 119, filtered for item 121.
Okay. Are these all call log entries through Viber? If we look at the source in the far right column.
Correct, but not all of them are Viber audio. They might those calls might have been through the default application, not Viber.
Okay.
So if it's not listed as Viber, it's not associated with Viber.
Okay. Viber audio meaning, as we discussed before, making a call through the Viber app.
Correct.
And all of these entries here to Baker's cell phone, Galaxy cell phone ending in 1093, as we see his name, Louisa, and all of them.
Correct.
Right. And this shows us a date range, I believe, on this particular slide, from October of 2016 through just November of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at the next slide, is this a continuation of the same?
Correct. From November 6th, 2016 through December 15th, 2016.
And again, all to Baker's cell phone, correct?
Correct, item 121.
Okay. And again, in the next slide, 48, a continuation of the same.
Correct. From December 15th, 2016 through January 1st, 2017.
And again, slide 49, call log entries continued. Same thing again.
Correct. From January 1st, 2017 through January 18th, 2017.
Would it be safe to say that based on the slides we just looked at, that there were voluminous calls from the defendant to Baker's cell phone ending in 1093 or the number 121 device?
There were phone calls made between the two. I think voluminous is arbitrary.
Okay. When you do a cell phone extraction, does it necessarily provide you all of the data? Or is it possible that you don't even have all the data that would indicate call log entries between the two devices? Like, is that dependent on where it's stored in the phone and whether it actually gets extracted?
So the device that's pulled from these, or the extractions that are pulled from these devices, depends on various factors. Depends on if it's logical extraction or a file system extraction, or if it's a physical extraction. You can't do physical extractions on iPhones because of the encryption. So whenever people are saying, do you pull all of the data, it's very circumstantial, and it depends on various factors. So this is the information we have. This is the information that I was able to analyze based on the types of extractions that were conducted on those devices.
So again, the answer to the question would be then no, you don't necessarily get all of the data.
Not necessarily.
Showing slide 50, what do we see here?
This is an installed application from Mr. Baker's item 101 for Viber.
Okay. And the next slide, slide 51, what do we see here?
This is a filtered view of Mr. Baker's web history for Viber.
Okay. Did you find any indication that either the defendant on her device 119 or Baker on either of his devices used Viber again post date of the murder, 1/23 of 2017?
No.
Okay. Now we have a slide here, 52, that says calendar entries. What do we see in slide 53 for device 101?
Device 101, Mr. Baker's device for a calendar entry. He has a subject of Monica Lesson entered into his device for December 21st, 2015.
Okay. And now the next slide, slide 54, indicates Wi-Fi. What do we see here in slide 55?
This is item 101, a wireless network entry for a Wi-Fi network named Retired 99 with a GPS location artifact.
And the GPS location artifact, did that indicate to you that it was consistent with Baker's home network?
Yes, it was near Mr. Baker's home residence.
Okay. Showing you slide 56. What do we see here?
These are passwords from Mr. Baker's item 101. The highlighted Wi-Fi network in the second column is the Sementilli _5G EXT.
So he has the Sementilli Wi-Fi password stored in his phone?
Yes, there is a data entry for the password.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 57. What do we see here?
This is a wireless network entry for the Sementilli _5G EXT wireless network.
And that date is June 28th of 2016 at 8:28 in the morning?
Correct.
And did you pull or take a screenshot of this because you were aware that June 28th, 2016 was the date that the defendant upgraded her home DVR system?
Objection, facts not evidence. Foundation, no foundation.
Sustained.
Did you take a screenshot relative to this particular date because you knew it was relevant to the case in some manner?
Yes.
And were you made aware that on June 28th of 2016, the defendant upgraded her home DVR system?
Objection, legal.
It's irrelevant. Sustained on that ground.
Nevertheless, it appears that the Baker's device 101 connected to the Sementilli residence's home Wi-Fi on that particular date at that particular time, correct?
There is a entry for connection for that specific time.
And date.
Yes, that time and date. There's an entry for that time and date for that wireless network on Mr. Baker's device.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 58. What do we see here?
These are wireless networks for item 119, and the highlighted entry is for the Sementilli _5G EXT Wi-Fi network name.
And if we look at the column where it says SSID, does it look like that same network is connecting, or that this device is connecting to that network on other dates as well?
So the column that's for the BSSID, that's a unique number for a router. So you can have multiple networks on a router. You can name your network whatever you want, but that BSSID, if you look at the last four entries, you'll see that it's E457. If you go back a slide to Mr. Baker's device, please.
Yes.
You see that the E457, the BSSID, is for the same router. That's a unique number for a router.
So once again, more corroborating evidence that Baker's phone 101 connected to the Sementilli router, their Wi-Fi, on June 28th of 2016 at approximately 8:28 in the morning.
Objection, argument, testify.
Sustained.
Is this corroborative evidence of the same of what you told us before?
It's the same router that they're connecting to. Those entries are for the same router.
So her phone and Baker's phone are connecting to the same router, the Sementilli router.
Yeah, though it's the same router for this. It's the same router that they're connecting the wireless network on.
Okay. And if we look at the next slide, I think this is 59. Yes. What are we seeing here?
This is, I forgot this slide was in there, but this is actually showing the same router that we were discussing.
Okay. With both of the devices connecting to that same Sementilli router.
Correct.
Okay. And now we have a slide that you have labeled IDMSS Lite App, slide 60. Let's look at 61. Is this a screenshot that you took off the internet?
Correct. These are screenshots that I took on March 29th, 2018.
Okay. And so this particular application, is this another third-party application?
Correct.
All right. And is this an application that allows for live video streaming?
Correct.
Showing you the next slide, slide 62. Again, are these more slides of screenshots that you took relative to the IDMSS Lite app for iPhones?
Yes.
And what do we see in slide 63, please?
The publisher website, you'll see that it's a address to dahuatech.com. I just highlighted that the release date was for that specific version for the IDMSS product release date.
Okay. And the slide after that, slide 64.
Yeah,
what does this indicate?
That's the publisher website, so that's the company that actually makes the third-party app.
All right. And same thing, more information regarding this third-party app in slide 65
Correct.
and 66.
Yeah, so this is the website for the dahuatech.com website that was listed as the publisher website for the IDMSS application.
Okay, what do we see here in slide 67 relative to the defendant's iPhone 119?
So you will see that there are log entries from item 119 filtered for IDMSS, and that there are 2 password entries for that application.
Stored on her phone?
Correct.
And does it indicate here 7 different dates where she connected through this IDMSS Lite app on her phone, including the date of the murder?
There are log entries for that application on those dates. You'd have to read the actual log entry to ascertain what it's actually logging.
Okay. And if we look at the one for January 23rd, 2017, does that have a time that's adjusted for California?
Correct. That will be 3:53 p.m.
Okay.
California time.
Morning recess for 15
right.
minutes. The admission applies. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
All right, so they are on a break. So we're listening to a lot of cell phone data information here. This is we actually heard from James Dugan. He was the Cody Chief Security Officer, and he's located out of New York City, Manhattan. He got a call late evening that day that what had happened with Fabio. The next day, he reached out to the LAPD. The CEO of Coty gave him permission to contact and then to assist law enforcement, to do whatever he needed to do, which basically was access computers, company records, that kind of stuff. The captain of homicide, Mr. Dugan, called the captain of homicide, and that led him to Detective Gene Parchell. Then he also met with Henry Mayer. Henry gave Monica's number, and that was the first time he actually talked to Monica. They never met face to face. He called and introduced himself. He asked for help regarding life insurance. Oh yeah, that's the only thing she asked for. She didn't ask for anything else. She just, the very first thing and the only thing she ever asked for was asked for help regarding life insurance. Then, let's see, since they're going to take a 15-minute break, let me pull this up. We can pop Fabio there. Let's see, HR was supposed to handle the insurance and not me, and he mentioned Tracy Rakovich, who we heard from yesterday. Monica asked about the insurance, and then law enforcement would have to sign off on the beneficiary if a beneficiary was not being involved. And Mr. Dugan kept saying she's going to have to talk to law enforcement. There was no cross. I think that's the first time we haven't had a cross. And then now we're currently listening to Jake Gibson, who's a digital forensic investigator. He analyzed, got a search warrant for Fabio, Monica, and Baker's phones. And he explained MMS and SMS, multimedia messaging service, and simple or short message service. So that's basically text. So if you send a video file, an image file, that's going to be MMS. And if you're just texting, that's SMS. Then he talked about metadata, and we heard a lot about metadata pretty much in all of these trials that we cover. Metadata just is basically timestamps, where the device it was taken on, where it was taken, the time, obviously, location, all that stuff. Metadata does not lie, right? So that's this whole thing with Karen Reed and the house long, and that I still can't wrap my head around. When you do a Google search, that's the date. I mean, that's the metadata. I still can't wrap my head around that. Then they go through a PowerPoint, and they're talking about Monica. She got an LG G-Pad. Talk about Monica and Baker's phones. Then Daddy was associated with that number. I didn't quite. I hope I got that one wrong, but I think there was a Daddy that was associated with. They were going through all of her contacts. Lewis is Baker's middle name. That's kind of a new one we found out. We heard about Elise. We haven't heard about Deborah Obad yet. So, and then Viber. We've heard a lot about Viber, which I had never heard about Viber. That could be something that the kids do. Hey, Katya, how are you? Yes, Katya was so kind to join our Shoot the Shit last night with Squeegee, and Nanar was there as well. And Katya, I know it was very late for you. And Katya is streaming the Mega in Boswell right now, so we'll be catching up. We'll be catching up with you. I popped in over there. We were trying to figure out what the space shuttle is, because we were trying to figure that out as well. And I found out there were 3 astronauts that were on the Columbia mission. Pilot, mission specialist, and 2 mission specialists went into space on the Columbia. And the Columbia, if you guys remember, was the one that was coming back in, and it broke up over Texas in 1992. So all 3 were born in Tennessee. And there was actually 5 astronauts that are from Tennessee. And so we figure that is why Judge has the model of the space shuttle. So, okay, looks like they're on a break, Katya, so I'm going to bounce back over here. Let's see. So what do you guys think so far? Ken is let's see. Ken, you got to run. Be back soonish. All right, let's see. Gonna listen to all previous interviews with Miss Perkins. Maybe pull up some documents to get a sense of the case before tonight. Perfect. Yeah, please do, Ken. Yeah, we need your expertise. I don't think Victoria's going to be allowed to really speak because it's her son, but Jimmy will definitely be speaking because Alexandra, or Allie, is his daughter, and she has passed away. And of course, Jules will be joining us as well. That's at 8 o'clock. We're gonna have a good show, you guys. Definitely join us after this trial. Yes, everybody loved Katya last night. JM, loved you last night. Julie saying, hey there. Gina is also saying hello to you, Katya. Baca of 3, guilty. Is that Megan or is that Monica? Who is guilty? Or are they all guilty? They're all guilty. I was shocked that the first witness, James Dugan, Chief Security Officer, CSO, man, he was only on for like 20 minutes and no cross. That's the first time they've had no cross. I was shocked, actually. Oh, Baca 3, Monica, yeah. Hey, Hellcat, her voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Who's that? Who are you referring to? And Shirley Roth, snowstorm. What are you guys referring to? Are you having a snowstorm right now? Hellcat, her voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Whose nails? Miss Silverman? Prosecutor? Talk to me, Hellcat. Talk to me. Type more than one letter. Oh, and you retracted. All right, take your time. Collect your thoughts. Who are you referring to? Take a deep breath. It'll be okay. Yes, the prosecutor. Yes, Miss Silverman. She does seem to be yelling a lot, therapist. You know, you did say that earlier. She is throwing her voice, right? She wants to be heard. Yeah, I mean, Shirley Roth, are you in the middle of a snowstorm? Are you trying to send us code? I'm trying to interpret what you're saying. Is it snowing so hard that you got cut off? Shirley is shoveling. I'm sure she is. And don't call me Shirley. Ah, okay. Shirley is in a snowstorm and been shoveling snow. Gotcha. All right. Thank you for that. Shirley is shoveling. She's in the middle of a snowstorm. Well, that makes sense. Being in Montreal and all. Montreal. Can you guys see Polly over here? I got to show you. Can you see her? See her relaxing? Cats are so strange. And then we've got this little weirdo over here, Super Ball. We got all the kitties. There's your kitty moments. I like Polly. She's got her leg is half off. Actually, it's full off. She's got a lot of fur between her toes. All right. We may actually get through more than 3 witnesses today. That seems to be what they've been doing is 3 witnesses a day. 3 witnesses or less. Yeah, 3 yesterday, 3, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3. The last 3 days they've only had 3 witnesses. They may get through more than 3 today. So who else do you think we still need to hear from? I say that definitely the ME. We've heard from first responders. We've heard from everybody at Procter & Gamble. We're now listening to the digital forensics investigator. So we definitely got to hear from the ME. Who else do we need to hear from? What do you guys think? Who else do we need to hear from? We've heard from first responders. We've heard from his work. We've heard from his son. We've heard from the cell phone. Maybe somebody. Oh, yeah, duh. Yep, Emmy for sure. The thugs. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, totally forgot about them. Well, we'll hear from Austin. We still have to hear from Austin. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. So the ME, Austin, or maybe Baker. Baller in Austin. He's a baller. And no, that's not a perverted reference. The daughters. Deborah Obad. You think Deborah Obad? Baca, you think Deborah Obad? I think she's going to be on the defense side. I'm going to go with her on defense. Debo B. Debo. I can't wait to see what she looks like. I hope that her looks match her name. Because that's a badass name, Deb Obad. Deborah Obad. Oh, Fabio's first wife, Gina, right? Fabio's first wife, just to throw shade on Monica. That might backfire though, because he cheated on her. Vonda was her name. He cheated on her with Monica, so that could backfire. Yeah. Okay. So Austin. The ME. Defense thought Luigi was on their side too. Right, but the state called up Luigi. Did they think? I could see if defense brought them up, but the state brought up Luigi. Yeah, he was absolutely he was not even close to being on Monica's side. But he was a good witness. I thought he was a good witness. Right? I mean, I thought he was a pretty good witness. I think he's my favorite. Who's your favorite witness so far? Let's do a straw poll, even though I can't really post it. Well, I could, but I'm not going to do that. But who's your favorite witness so far? We got Ryan Verna. We have the housekeeper, Delia. Corey Hawk. She was good. Luigi, yeah, he was great. Matthew Nurse, the trainer. Elise, she was fun. Henry, Tracy, Sally, James. They were all co-workers. Luigi, yep, everybody's saying Luigi. All right. Nanar, Gina Farley, Pammy. Deb will come in moonwalking with black pants, chains hanging in a black fedora. That's funny. Oh, Baca, defense stated in their opening that Luigi was behind Monica. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Therapist, felt so bad for Delia. but loved Luigi. Yep. Hellcat, the snark Luigi carried. Elise and Luigi. Dreamer Landry. Yeah. Baka of 3. Everybody's firmly in Luigi's camp. I would agree with that. I think he was probably my favorite as well. I wonder how it's going to change, though. And Dreamer Landry, I did like Elise as well. She was fun. She brought a lot of humor to it because up until then it was very dry, right? We had Ryan Verna, we had Officer Rebellico, we had Delia, I liked her. We had Corey Hawk, she was pretty cool. Ryan Verna again. Then Matthew Nurse, who was the trainer, he wasn't too bad. But then Elise came in and she was fun. Retired, not bored. She was all smiles when Luigi took the stand, not so much in the end. Yeah. Baka also liked Elise and Valeria, Luigi. Yeah, he was good. He was a solid witness. He knew how to testify. He was a solid witness. I wonder how our opinions are going to change after we hear from Austin and Baker. Baker has nothing to lose, right? Yeah, Baker has nothing to lose. He's in for life. Throw away the key. He's not going anywhere. But Austin, if he testifies truthfully, he has a plea deal. So, of course, Cross is going to be all over that, Seagate 1, Luigi was tops. Yep, I would not argue against any of that, you guys. I think I would agree with that. I wonder how it's going to change once we hear from Austin and Baker. I still think they're going to be like the star witnesses, right? Because they're how often do we get to hear from the people that actually did it, Seagate, Baker for defense. Yes, that's what we're understanding. Austin's going to be for the prosecution, and Baker will be for the defense. And basically, I'm pretty sure he's going to say he did all.
Counsel present, jury, and also present. So I received another update, advisory.
Oh, no.
It's the same as I've gotten for the last few days. I looked outside. My window faces across the street, the city hall and stuff. I saw nothing. Not a thing. Yesterday and the day before it didn't start till lunchtime. So I don't know what to tell you, but I'm just passing on what what they tell me. But it looks good outside. It looks wet, but it looks good. Mr. Gibson, you're still under oath. People may continue.
Mr. Gibson, during the break, my partner and I asked you about the slides relating to the IDMS Lite app, starting at slide 62. Just so that there's no confusion, when you indicated on slide 63 a release for a specific version, October of 2017, there were prior versions. This just was happened to be a snapshot you took online of one particular version, correct?
Correct. This screenshot was taken in March of 2018. That was the actual date was on a previous slide. You'll see that the version highlighted for the release date is for version 3.49.001.
Okay. So the application was obviously there was a version of it that was available at the time of the murder, as we saw with respect to the defendant's connection to that app on January 23rd.
Correct.
All right. Thank you for clarifying. I think we left off. Okay. Yes. And as we see, again, in slide 67, there obviously was a version that was available all the way back on June 30th of 2016.
A version of the IDM SS Lite app. Yes.
Okay. Because this particular slide that you put together showed the connections through that application on device 119, correct?
Correct.
All right. What do we see here on slide 69, please?
This is from item 101. The Gmail. It's a email from Diane at rball1.com to Rob at oeg1.com.
So what does that tell us?
That there was an email on June 28th, 2016 at 2:41 p.m.
Okay.
California time. And the contents are going to be on the subsequent slide.
Okay. And on the next slide, what do we see here in slide 70? Looks like two documents, screenshots of two documents.
No, it's the same doc. It's just a continuation as you scroll down because you can't screenshot the entire email, so you have to do it in parts. This email was it's part of an email chain, and you can see that there's on the screenshot that's in the foreground. You'll see temporary password and instructions for ActiveX, which it looks like this is like the pretense for the IDMMSS app as you keep scrolling through the email, from my recollection.
So if we look at the top left, this appears to be an email that came from the defendant from her Hotmail account to Diane at rball1.com.
Yeah, so in the upper left corner, you'll see that Calmati-Mo at Hotmail sent Diane at rball1.com forwarded the email on June 28th, 2016 at 1:32 p.m.
So she is forwarding the instructions relating to the DVR, as we discussed previously, that contains her user ID number, her password, and her IP address.
I don't know if that's her IP address. I'd have to. That's not going to be her. That's probably where. I don't know why the IP address is in there.
Okay.
That's probably for the publisher website.
Okay. Let's say it is her IP address. Would that again be forwarding her information for her system, including her unique identifiers, to this individual, Diane at Arbol?
Objection leading on this.
Overruled.
There's a user ID and password for that account. I actually had to read the fine print. If you read the fine print, after it says hello, you can watch your surveillance system remotely via Internet Explorer or Firefox. So actually reading it, if a person was able to enter that 104.181.138.147 on your web browser, it will take you to a website where if you enter that 111, or excuse me, user ID user, and then if you enter the password 111, you'll be able to access that live feed.
Okay. For the DVR system.
Correct. That's the instructions from the tech support. So there was a tech support email that was sent to the Calmati-Mo Hotmail
Yes.
on June 28th, 1:37 a.m. California time, forwarding those instructions on how to access the system on that date.
Okay. And then the defendant went and forwarded that set of instructions on to this Diane at Arbol 1.
Correct, at 1:32.
Okay. And what do we see on the next slide, which is slide 71?
These are the, as you can read, they're the iPhone instructions to live view the cameras, giving you the information to download those applications, or excuse me, the application for the IDMSS Lite from the App Store, and then you can read, if you get the address for the domain, the 104, that's the IP address to access the feed.
Okay. To the home.
I don't know if it's to the home. It's instructions on how it's user account information for an IDMSS live feed on the app.
And then you found this on device 101 relating to Mr. Baker, correct?
Correct. This email was from 101.
Okay. And what do we see here in the next slide, 72?
That's just the end of the email from the tech support team for the application.
Okay. And what do we see here on slide 73 relating to unallocated space that we talked about previously?
So item 101 had the SD card inside of the phone. SD cards are typically used to store pictures and videos, expand your memory allocation for your device. And the SD card had videos and pictures that were still on the SD card but not overwritten.
So they had been deleted, however, you were still able to see them because they hadn't been overwritten.
I used the X-Ways forensic software to be able to view those pictures that were not allocated on the SD card.
Meaning they were deleted?
Yes.
As you've indicated on this slide?
Yes.
And this slide originally, although it's been now altered, contained numerous photos and videos of the defendant when she was naked, correct?
What do you mean by altered?
We removed the photos that you had originally on this slide.
Okay. Yeah, but this is a true and accurate representation of what I saw. So if you took photos out, that's fine. So what is the... Can you rephrase the question? Because I got
Sure.
stuck on that, and I needed to address that.
You you observed, and included, although we've now removed those, photos and videos of the defendant naked on the SD card from the unallocated deleted space.
Objection, relevance.
I already ruled on this earlier. It's overruled.
Go ahead.
I don't remember if they were on the SD card or if they were on it. There were naked pictures of Mrs. Sementilli on the devices. Whether it was on this specific SD card, I can't remember.
Show you a document with a picture of that slide in a different format. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
Does
Yes.
it?
Yes.
And were there, in fact, naked photos of the defendant and video on this particular SD card in the deleted space. And here's another picture.
Yes.
And in looking at those photos, were those photos that indicated in the data that you saw were taken on July 7th of 2016?
There's a timestamp for July 7th, 2016. There's also a picture for August 15th.
13?
Oh, I'm sorry. July 7th, 2016 and August 15th, 2016.
Thank you. So a couple different dates. July 7th, and the second one was what date, did you say?
It's August. It looks like it's August 15th, 2016, but it might also be June. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
It
Thank
might
you.
be June or August. I can't tell if it's a 6 or an 8.
I do have a magnifying glass. Does that help or no?
Apparently, yes.
Yeah, let's try it.
It's from the previous judge, who was an older guy.
I just got these, so. Yeah, it's August. It's August.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Showing you slide 74. Did that appear to be screenshots that you took of the defendant that were in the undeleted or on the allocated space? They had not yet been deleted, of her on the racquetball court.
These are pictures that are allocated or available for viewing on the device. And you can see that there's racquetball, and then the picture in the middle is in a racquetball court with individuals.
And again, you might need that there it is, magnifying glass. I'm going to need that too. Did those photos appear to indicate that they were taken October 10th of 2016?
It's November 11th. So if you look at the file
November
name,
11th. Is that 2016?
2016. So this particular Android naming nomenclature for pictures taken has the date and time embedded on the file name. So you can tell that the highlighted top file was taken on November 10th, 2016 at 18:57 and 44 seconds, UTC 0 without the, actually let me backtrack. I don't know if it's adjusted for local time or UTC.
Okay. If we look at the next slide, slide 75, what do we see here?
This is a call log for item 119 to item 121.
Okay. Is that continued on the next slide? 76?
Well, for the next slide, is this showing the next slide or?
Yeah. So here's 75. Here's slide 76.
Okay. Yes.
Same thing.
Continuation. Yes.
Yep. Slide 77. Continuation.
Continuation.
Okay. Of communications between the defendant's device and Baker's device 121.
Correct.
And what is this that we see in slide 78?
This is a photograph or an image that is on item 119, and this device or this picture was taken on January 21st, 2017.
Okay. At 21:59 hours.
Yes, at 9:59 p.m. California time.
Okay. So now let's move on to the date of the homicide. If we start with slide 80, what do we see here?
This is a log entry for Viber from item 119
Okay.
for January 23rd, 2017.
At 7:21 in the morning?
Correct.
Okay. What is a log entry?
It can be. It's just a record of app usage. This particular one, you'd have to look and see what it actually is
Okay.
to understand the details of what this log specifically is saying. But there is a log entry for that date and time.
Of usage of the Viber app.
Correct.
Okay. And what do we see in slide 81, please?
This is a wireless network connection for item 101 to the retired 99 Wi-Fi network.
So it shows that Baker's device 101 is connecting to his home Wi-Fi network.
There's an entry for January 23rd at 9:45 in the morning for his network.
And the next slide, 82, what do we see here?
This is a instant message from, or excuse me, it's an instant message on item 119 from Mr. Sementilli at 12:31 p.m. California time, where Mr. Sementilli sent the message, "Hi babe, just got home."
Okay. And looking at slide 83, what do we see here that you documented?
This is a text message from a contact named Bella, where they sent the message, "I'm getting lunch, how much is on my card?"
Okay. And that's at 12:37?
12:37 p.m., correct.
All right. And the next slide, is that a continuation of this text string?
Yeah, yes.
That's at 12:39
Yes.
with an amount?
Yes, it's 17 and then the dollar sign.
Okay. Moving on to slide 85, what do we see here?
This is a chat message. These are text messages where Monica is sending a message on January 23rd at 12:46 p.m. We are on our way home, and then a follow-up message of "Did it get fixed?" Where she's messaging Mr. Sementilli.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, 86, what do we see here?
There's a 34-second outgoing call record to Mr. Sementilli.
Okay. Slide 87. Can you describe what we see here?
It's another entry for a wireless network for Mr. Baker's item 101 to his retired 99 Wi-Fi network.
So he's connecting back to his home Wi-Fi at that time at 1:07 in the afternoon?
1:07 p.m.
Okay. Next slide, slide 88. Is this another chat message?
This is from Mr. Baker's item 101 to Sean McCullum.
Okay.
Also on January 23rd, 2017.
Does it look like is it an incoming message from Sean McCullum to Baker?
The one highlighted is coming from Sean, and then Mr. Baker responds with, "Yes, he is legit," and then the response from Sean is okay.
Okay. Slide 89. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
It's another instant message where item 119 sends a message of "Text me after the interview and let me know when you're on your way. I'm making patina and corn for dinner."
Okay. Slide 90, does there appear to be a response to the defendant's text to her daughter Bella?
Yes, she responds with the KK.
Okay. And that's at 1:53 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Slide 91. Is this a continuation or another text or an instant message from the defendant to Bella at 3:17?
Yes, where she responds with "Good luck, my love," and a heart.
Okay. And the next slide, slide 92, does that appear to be a response from Bella back to her mother at 3:18?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here on slide 93?
This screenshot was provided by LAPD, where it's labeled Mrs. Sementilli's leaving at 3:26.
Okay. And what do we see in slide 94?
That there was a outgoing call log entry at 3:37 p.m. To a contact entry, Jesse.
Okay. Slide 95. Is there a body or a text that the defendant sends to this individual, Jesse, at 3:40?
Yes, it's "Don't be late for babysitting."
Okay. And the next slide, 96, is there a response from Jessica at 3:41?
Yes, and the response is "I won't, LOL."
Slide 97, what do we see here?
This is a log entry for that IDMSS application at 3:53 p.m.
Okay. And so this shows item 119 is connecting to the app at that particular time.
There's a log entry that was made at that time. Once again, you'd have to actually look into that file to see what was actually happening for that specific log entry.
So if you were to look at the IMS light usage records, you might be able to determine that.
Objection, stipulation.
What's oral?
That's what you're talking about?
If you look at the source file, the data usage, the hyperlink underneath the source file, you'd have to look into that specific file and just see what information, where the Celebrite application is pulling this information from, and be able to authenticate like what is being relayed and what that timestamp means.
Okay. Looking at slide 98, what do we see here?
This is another screenshot that was provided by LAPD, where the two suspects were caught on camera at 4:32 p.m.
Okay. And the next slide, 99. What do we see here at 4:22 in the afternoon?
This is a call that was missed on item 119 at 4:22 p.m. From Bella.
Looking at the next slide, 100, does that look like the defendant calls Bella back at 4:24?
Doesn't look like it. There's an outgoing call where she calls Bella.
Okay. And the next slide, 101, what does this indicate?
There were two phone calls to Joseph Cohen on January 23rd at 4:27 and 4:28.
Joseph Cohen, OD, so a doctor of optometry. Yes?
It might be I wish I was smart enough to know what OD means.
Okay. And that's at 4:27:13.
Where'd you get the 13?
Let me move to the next. There's two. I think if we look at this slide and this slide, does it appear that there are two phone calls going on? In other words, while the defendant is still on the phone with Bella. She's also on the other line with this particular location? This
Correct.
person?
Correct. They could have been simultaneous, like within the minute.
Okay.
You're not getting the seconds. I know that I parsed out the seconds, but for this particular slide, I didn't get down to the seconds.
Okay. And let's look at the next slide. Slide 102. Does this indicate the time that the defendant's call with Bella ends?
Yes.
Okay.
So, just for clarification, I remember actually going to the source file and looking at the actual entry for the timestamp to see the actual time when that call would have ended. So that way there's clarification as far as the actual seconds.
Okay.
Because you're not getting the seconds in the timestamp call logs.
And then if we look at the next slide, 103, does this then show the end of the call with Joseph Cohen, OD, at 4:28:10?
Correct.
Okay. Slide 104, what do we see here?
The second phone call ends at 4:28 and 51 seconds.
Okay. What do we see in slide 105, please?
That's a screenshot that was provided by LAPD. And from what I remember, the red circle is Mrs. Sementilli, and the timestamp is the target date and time.
Okay. 4:32 and 12 seconds, yes?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you slide 106. Let's move on to 107. What do we see here? Is this again another screenshot you received from LAPD?
Correct.
And what does it show?
The two individuals, the two suspects running toward the Sementilli home on the corner of Wells and Oakdale at 4:18:35.
Okay. Slide 108. What do we see here?
This is the Queen Victoria surveillance camera, January 23rd at 4:54:52, and it's labeled as Isabella returning home.
Okay. With a red Fiat in the photograph?
It's a red car.
Okay. Next slide, slide 109.
This is the surveillance camera at 5:03 and 30 seconds p.m. And it's labeled Mrs. Sementilli returning home.
Okay. Appears to be some type of a black truck.
Correct.
Slide 110. What do we see here?
There's a timestamp entry for the retired 99 wireless network at 5:09 p.m.
So Baker's phone 101 is connecting now back to his home network.
Correct.
Slide 111. What does this show?
This is a screenshot of the timeline that Physical Analyzer put various artifacts together, and this particular timeline is providing a snapshot between 5:22 p.m. California time and 8:13 p.m.
So, go ahead.
No. So you'll see the first entries are various call logs where there's incoming and outgoing calls. The incoming calls were missed. There's no duration. There's a couple of outgoing calls, and then there's text messages that begin at 8:06 and they continue on.
Okay. So calls and messages between that time frame.
Correct.
Showing you slide 112. What do we see here? Does this appear to be another text message exchange?
This is another text message exchange between Sean McCollum and item 101.
Okay. And does this start at looks like maybe 5:19 p.m.? Correct. All right. And discussing something to do with the racquetball league?
Whatever the C sheet tonight is referring to is what the message is. I don't know what that would refer to.
Okay, so the defendant is telling Sean McCullum to look at some kind of a sheet.
No, Sean sent that message. Mr. Baker's item 101 responded with okay.
Okay. And then there's another response back?
Correct. Sean sends the message of any idea how I can court or how I can get a court on Wednesday.
How I can what?
How I can get a court on Wednesdays at
Got it.
4:30.
Okay. And this is on January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Between 5:19 and 7:37 p.m.?
Objection, you say 7:20.
I'm sorry, it's overruled.
The timestamps are 5:19 p.m. California time, and the response is at 5:51 p.m.
Okay. Let's look at the next slide. Slide 113. What does this show?
This is a conversation that was done on the Hangouts between Sean McCullum and item 101. Between 7:37 p.m. and going to the 24th of January at 2:44 p.m.
Okay. And this is a conversation on the 24th where Baker says he'll be figuring it out tonight. Correct?
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, is this a continuation of the messages from January 24th, now taking us from 2:44 in the afternoon to 2:49 p.m.?
Correct.
Where Baker's indicating he has the flu?
Correct.
Okay. And in this message, does he mention anything with respect to the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
At 2:48 on the 24th and January 24th, Mr. Baker sends the message, then word of Monica husband, bid nonsense.
Okay. Let's look at the next slide, 115. What do we see here?
This is a picture that was on Mrs. Sementilli's phone that was taken on January 25th at 9:52.
In the morning?
Yeah, sorry, 9:52 in the morning.
Thank you. And then the next slide, 116, you indicated the defendant and Baker immediately stopped using the Viber app after the homicide and began using WhatsApp.
Correct.
What do we see here on the next slide, 117?
The screenshot on the left is a chat thread between Christopher Austin and Mr. Baker.
Okay.
Facebook Messenger application.
Facebook Messenger app?
Correct.
And what is the message?
Well, there's three. The first message from Christopher Austin is "My bad, UNC," and then it's not even a word. It's MR vocal C1 sir. And then there's a response of "Download WhatsApp on your phone," and then another message 4 months later where Mr. Baker sends "You good."
Okay. And the message from Baker to Austin to download WhatsApp, what's the date of that text message or Facebook message? Excuse me.
January 26, 2017, 2:04 a.m. California time.
Okay. And does the contact here contain details relative to Chris Austin's cell phone under participant on the left screen, side of the screen?
Yes, it's the phone number is 505-977-7435.
And if we look to the contacts on the right side of the screen, does it appear that Chris Austin is saved as a contact with mobile and home phone numbers as well as an address in Baker's item 101?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 118. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It's a screenshot of the previous chat message that we saw on the previous slide, just highlighting the date and time that that message was sent, regarding the download WhatsApp, and then a screenshot of Chris Austin's contact entry on 101.
Okay. And looking at 119, slide 119, what does this indicate between the defendant's device 119 and Baker's device 121?
This is a call log from item 119 to item 121 between January 27th, 2017 and June 8th, 2017.
What do we see in the next slide? 120. Continuation of the same?
Continuation between June 8th and June 10th, 2017.
And slide 121?
These are call logs between item 119 and 121 between June 10th and June 13th.
And slide 122?
It's the same June 13th through the 14th.
And does this indicate, again, that they are communicating via another third-party app, this time WhatsApp?
Correct. These are WhatsApp call logs registered from the WhatsApp application.
And when we see WhatsApp in certain columns under source versus WhatsApp audio, can you explain the distinction for us? If there is any.
Well, there is. So if you look at the date and timestamps, you're actually getting 2 entries per call. Go back. So if you look at the timestamp, you're going to see the same timestamps. For example, the top 2 rows at 1309, that's the same phone call. It's just probably it's 2 entries for the same call. And the physical analyzer is representing both call entries, one through the WhatsApp audio and then WhatsApp. So it's parsing the same information twice, or it's parsing the same phone call twice. Okay. So don't confuse that there's like 20 rows. It's not 20 calls, it's 10 calls.
Okay.
You have to look at the timestamps. So it's just different way, or it's just been parsed twice by the software.
Okay, thank you. Showing you, I think this is slide 123. What do we see here?
This is a call log screenshot from item 119, filtered for item 101 on April 23rd, 2017 through June 2nd, 2017, and in that time frame there was one text message sent on the 25th, 2017, at 5:55 p.m. California time.
And in terms of the call log, how the defendant has this phone number for 101 that ends in 2325, she has the name Al next to it that we see in red that you've captured, correct?
Correct. The contact entry for item 101 is Al.
Okay. Looking at slide 124, can you tell us what you've captured here?
These are calendar entries from item 121 from June 26, 2017. Or, excuse me, this is descending order, so it's April 12th, 2017 through June 26th, 2017.
Okay. And in terms of what's captured here, does it show various flights to different locations, such as Los Angeles, Vancouver, Las Vegas, and flight to Burbank, Portland, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to May 3rd, 2017 through May 5th of 2017, does this calendar show flights going to Las Vegas and then back to LA?
From May 3rd to the 5th.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 125?
This is calendar entries from item 82, with various flights logged in the calendar entries.
And do we see for the same dates we just talked about on the previous slide relating to 121, the same dates, May 3rd to May 5th, a flight going to Las Vegas and then returning to Los Angeles in the same time period?
Correct.
Showing you the next slide, 126. What did you capture here?
This is it's a picture that is on Mrs. Sementilli's phone. This was in a text message thread.
Okay. Looks like to the right it's a text message thread, and it has a photograph of a airline reservation through Air Canada.
You don't see a picture of the chat thread. I can just tell that it's from a chat thread based on the location. If you look at the path of the file where it's stored, you'll see the SMS attachments. So I know that it's part of a chat thread. So it's part of a chat thread. The picture itself is a Air Canada booking confirmation picture.
LAX to Toronto?
Yes.
The next slide, 128.
Yeah, this is a...
Sorry, 127.
Yeah, this is a closer version of the previous picture where you can see the actual flight information.
Okay. And looking at 128, what do we see here?
This is another picture that is on Mrs. Sementilli's phone. That was also part of a chat thread.
This looks like to be a photograph for the Venetian in Las Vegas, a cash-out voucher for gambling for $268.
Yes.
And captured date and time, March 23rd of 2017 at 21:53 hours.
Correct.
Okay. And what do we see in the next slide where you have two photographs?
Yeah, there's two more pictures that were on Mrs. Sementilli's phone, captured on March 25th, 2017 and March 26th, 2017.
And to look at that, you're looking at the location where it says metadata, correct?
Correct.
And that's what tells you what time the photograph is taken, as well as the date, correct?
Yes.
The one on the left, March 25th, 2017 at 22:11 hours, so that would be what, 10:11 p.m.?
Yes.
And the one on the right, March 26th of 2017 at 1:15 in the morning.
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, 130, again, it looks like there's two photographs here. What are we looking at here, please?
This is another picture that's on Mrs. Sementilli's phone of a flight information from Los Angeles to LAS airport.
On April 12th of 2017, looks like to Toronto flying business class.
It's April 23rd, 2017.
April 23rd, okay. Thank you. Slide 111, again, two photographs. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
This is an email that is on.
I'm sorry. Let me correct the record. Sorry to interrupt you. It's 131. Slide 131.
We ready? This is an email from item number 82. It's an email from Air Canada to the Kalmati Mo Hotmail address, and it's for Monica and Jessica from LA to Toronto.
Okay. The one just before, slide 130. Okay, that's the one for April 23rd, and then 131 relating to travel on
The departure date is scheduled for April 12th, 2017.
Okay.
It's on the third line in the body.
I see. Thank you. Next slide. With a photograph, actually it looks like, yes, a photograph in the defendant's device 119. What is this?
This is a picture captured May 3rd, 2017, 11:21 in the morning, and it's a picture of Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong.
Al Birdsong, correct?
Yes.
So this would be during that same time period that we looked at on prior slides, where both the defendant and Baker were in Las Vegas, correct?
Objection, facts not evidence.
Overruled.
The picture is May 3rd, 2017.
Yes.
At 11:21 in the morning.
Okay. That would be the same time period that we previously looked at between the defendant's device and Baker's device, May 3rd to May 5th of 2017, when they're in
Correct.
Las Vegas, correct?
Correct.
Looking at the next photograph, or the next slide, from the defendant's device, 119, what did you capture here?
This is a picture that was taken on May 3rd, 2017 at 11:54 of Mrs. Sementilli, Mr. Baker, and Mr. Birdsong.
And what did you capture here in slide 134?
This is a image that's also on Mrs. Sementilli's phone. That was captured on May 3rd, 2017 at 9:01 p.m.
Okay. And in the next slide, 135, same thing?
It's the same thing. It's a picture that resides on her phone.
Okay. And looking at slide 136, what is this?
This is a picture that resides on the phone at this was captured at May 3rd, 2017 at 8:26 p.m. And this one has location data, which puts the location north of East Flamingo Road in Las Vegas.
Looking at slide 137, what do we see here?
This is another picture. It's captured at 8:26. It's just the picture that resides on Mrs. Sementilli's phone.
The photograph that includes the defendant, Baker, and Mr. Birdsong in the back, as well as others.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 138. What did you capture here from defendant's phone?
It's a picture that was taken at 7:04 p.m. on May 3rd, 2017.
This appears to be a picture of Mr. Baker and some kind of belly dancer.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 139.
This is an email from item 82 to Monica the Calmadimo at Hotmail and Bernard Priceman.
Okay.
Placing those emails in the wrong location. So if you notice that there's no from or to, so this would, trying to read the other data.
This is the defendant basically saying she's going to be gone the 26th to the 31st, correct?
Correct.
And she's referring to May because after that sentence she says, then gone again June 9th to the 13th, Monica Sementilli, correct?
Well, yes, that's the body of the message. I was just trying to clarify the from to,
Okay.
because it's a little confusing.
Slide 140, 2 photographs. What do we see here?
This is a screenshot of an itinerary regarding a Toronto to New York flight. And it's timestamped May 12th, 2017.
Looking at slide 141, it's titled Web History. What does this indicate?
This is web history entries for item 82 for June 7th, 2017, 1:23 p.m. through 1:37 p.m.
And what do we see in terms of what the defendant is researching based on her web history on her tablet, item 82?
The web page titles.
Yes.
So in the browser, the web page titles themselves. The one that's highlighted is, do the police have the right to tap my telephone? It's from FindLaw. And then 6 cell phone tap signs, and then a continuation of various cell phone tapping by police.
Okay. So she's querying, researching on, through her web browser, these different subjects.
There are code entries for web pages titled cell phone being tapped by police and the theme being tapped.
And the bottom one being that the police can't read your messages, but here's what they can see?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at slide 142, what is this?
This is a picture that's on Mrs. Sementilli's phone with the timestamp of June 7th, 2017, 2:21 p.m.
Okay. appears to be to the right a screenshot she took of an email from a Jean Parshall.
The picture itself is a picture that was sent in a chat thread. Once again, it's in the SMS folder for the attachments. So the picture was sent in communication, and it is for email correspondence between Jean Parshall and Monica.
And that's Detective Parshall's information with the LAPD that we see there on the right at the bottom of the email?
Correct. It's in the lower left corner of the email.
Okay. And what do we see on the next slide, please?
This is actually it's labeled as email, but it's once again, this is software interpretation. Physical Analyzer classified it as email, but it's a recent contact. So Jean Parshall email address of what I'm assuming is badge number 30601@lapd.online.
Okay. And the next slide, what do we see here?
This is a reference to a deleted MMS message. With the attachment, you'll see the image _9926.jpg.
So is that a screenshot or a photograph that was taken of the message from Detective Parshall that was later sent as an attachment and then deleted?
Correct. So, yes.
Showing you slide 145. What did you capture here with these two photos?
It's another picture from Mrs. Sementilli's phone of a trim confirmation and receipt from LAX to JFK, New York Kennedy Airport.
Okay. Slide 146 from the tablet.
Correct. It's it's an email from American Airlines regarding the flight from LAX to JFK.
Okay. For June 9th. Looking at slide 147.
This is another email that's stored on number 82, or item number 82. Once again, the software's it's an email from Monica to Jean Parshall acknowledging that she'll be home Tuesday night, and email records.
And that's a date of June 9th?
June 9th, 2017.
Take our lunch and recess until 1:30. If you have any supplies, not discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else, or express any opinions of the causes finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch.
All right, so they are going to grab some lunch. It's almost 4 o'clock here, which means it's almost 1 o'clock there. And let me get my little scroller going here. Let's see, court is on lunch break and we'll be back soon. We'll just go with that. What time? What did he say when they're coming back? Take our lunch and until 1:30, so that's 4:30 our time. Okay, so I'll change that to, and we'll be back at 4:30. Quarters on lunch and we'll be back at 4. But that's actually 5 o'clock our time. So he says 4:30, but that's actually 5, but we'll come back at 4:30. All right, I'll also put it here. Court is at lunch, and we'll be back at 4:30 Eastern. We'll be back at 4:30. Oops. You know, they're on a half-hour delay, so he's saying 4:30, but he probably won't go on until 5, but whatever. Anyway, either way, I'll be back at 4:30. And it's 10 to 4 right now, so I'm going to take a little break. We'll play a little music for you guys. All right. We'll see you in about 40 minutes or so. All right, welcome back. How are we doing out there? Clearly I have to change the back at 4:30. Does not seem like they will be back at 4:30. I can make myself a little bit larger here. So they will not be back at 4:30. They will be back soon. Soonish. I have a feeling they're probably back because they're on a half-hour delay, you know? All right, so just to recap what we saw before we went to lunch was Mr. Jake Gibson, who's a digital forensic investigator, and he is talking about all the cell phone, tablet, all the devices that he extracted from Fabio, from Monica, from Baker. I think Jessica was in there, Isabella. So they started out from the break last time. They removed all the naked photos on her devices. Then he talks about a lot of different text messages that were coming and going. Nothing too spectacular jumped out at me. And they showed her, at Target at 4:32. Showed Isabella returning home at 4:54. Showed the Austin and Baker coming in. That was at 4:18. Then they were talking about an airline ticket from LA to Toronto. She did do a web search. Do the police have the right to tap my phone? Then on March 26th, there was photos that they were showing of, Baker and Monica all happy. May 3rd, her in a bathing suit, Monica dancing at night. She certainly was not the grieving widow. That is for sure. So... Hey there, Irish Amy. How are you doing today? All right. Oh, Irish Amy, have a good lunch. Squeegee and Aaron and kitties. We actually ate around, we ate before, we ate at 12:30, so I'm going to be okay for another little bit. Julie had to refresh, did not see me. Yeah, we may have had some issues with the internet. Just go figure, if there's a problem, it's going to be on the internet. It's the internet. Did you guys have a good break? I have a feeling we're going to have to wait until 5 for them to come back on. All right. All right, Baka of 3, power nap, ready for refresh now. That's cool. Julie says, got stuff done, now to relax with Trial TV Live. All right, very good. Appreciate that, Julie. Irish Amy, my oldest Pushkin Omi had a visit with her tabby friend Minky, who lives over the hedge. They hang out in our garden eating catnip. That's really nice. Capri Law, welcome back everyone. Packing and listening, right on. I know you said you were leaving, you were going somewhere, and I didn't quite catch where you were going. You don't have to tell me, but enjoy your trip. Hopefully it'll be a fun one and a relaxing one. All right, I'll take this opportunity to talk about our show tonight with Jules Investigates. So let's see, we are going to be talking with Victoria Maxwell and Jimmy Dugan, who is Alexandra and Devin's parents. Victoria is Devin's mother, and Jimmy is Alexandra or Allie's father. So Jules will be joining us as well. And it's going to be a good one because Devin is appealing, had his appeals, had his day in court to appeal his verdict, which came back, they convicted him. So we will be on at 8 o'clock tonight. So, oh, Capri Law, are you kidding? You're going to Hawaii? Oh, I am so jealous. Good for you. Good for you. Irish Amy, it really is, although sometimes Ami, is it Ami or Omi? Ami acts too cool for school and poor Minky is desperate to play. Isn't that like a cat? Isn't that what a cat does? Pammy's got her chores done. Good, good. And she's jelly. I think we all are. Good for you. Good for you, Capri Law. Enjoy. Have fun. Enjoy it. Yeah, I bet you're stoked. I would be stoked too. I would be stoked as well. Irish Amy says, it's Omi. Okay, you had it right. It's German for grandma. Oh, that's nice. We named her for my nan when she passed away. Oh, Omi. That's nice. I like that. That's very sweet. Yes. Pammy agrees. Julie tells Capri Law, have an amazing time. It's always funny. Like I always, and Julie, I'm not saying anything bad or anything, but I always like whenever I'm like, have a great time, you know, it's like, of course you're going to have a great time. You're going to Hawaii, you know. I know it's what we say, and again, Julie, I don't mean anything, you know, anything negative. It's always funny how we always tell somebody to have a great time when they're going to like an amazing place. You know, it's just this weird thing that we do, I guess, because we want, hey, have a great time. What if the person comes back? I think George Carlin did a skit on that, like, how you doing, or you know, how are you doing? I don't know. He did a skit on that one time. You know, it's like, have a great time. Well, yeah, of course I'm going to have a great time. You know, it's just funny. Sounds like Aaron is over in Grizzly. I hear Gazella. I'm so bad at her name. I'm so sorry. I just heard her giving a shout out to us. Yes, Baka of 3. Have a safe trip, Capri. And that as well. Have a safe trip. Safe travels. Have a great time. We are all very, very jealous of you. We will be thinking about you. All right, Kerrville, cool. Yay, home for the afternoon part of court. Therapist, you know, because what else would we say? That makes me laugh just thinking about it. I know, right? You never say like, yeah, right? What do you say? You know, have a great time. It's just one of those things that always makes me And I think I get that from George Carlin. I think he's like, oh yeah, there you go. I'm going to Hawaii. Instead of saying have a great time, say, can I come? I like that one. That's good. You're going to go play in traffic? Why would you go play in traffic? No, don't do that. Pammy, your electricity was knocked out the entire time we were on break. Wow, came back just in time for this. Sweet. Good timing. Curviel tells Caprila to aloha. Irish Amy says, no, therapist, we need you. Who's going to write the rest of the Super Bowl album? That's a good one. Therapist, you know, these are possible alternate responses than have a great time. Oh, I'm going to go play in traffic? Is that an alternate response? Can I come? I like that. Can I come? I'm going to Hawaii. Awesome. Can I come? I pack myself well into a suitcase. Capri Law, we're all coming. It's decided. We're coming with whether you invite us or not. Yeah. Boone joke. Keep an eye on those volcanoes for us. Oh, yeah. Are you going to go volcano hunting? Right? Isn't there a tour that you can take in the ocean? There we go. Irish Amy. Yep, the whole TTL family will be waiting for you at the airport. Nice little volcanic emoji there. Yeah, it'll be great. Thank you for letting us know that you're going somewhere very cool and fun. Capri Law, have a blast. Enjoy. Safe travels. We're coming with you. All of the above. Nanar says she watched Lucifer for a bit, did some laundry, and now I'm sitting back ready for the rest. Fantastic. Thank you for coming back. We appreciate you. Aw, Capri Law. I'll still be watching from there. I'll take you all over. Fantastic. You are the best. Thank you for that. We'll give shout outs to you as well. Therapist, you know, Capri Law, you should come on and give us a tour. Sure. Let's just invite ourselves into your vacation. See, now, are you sure you're okay with telling us where you're going? We're just gonna like co-opt your vacation. Baka of 3. Can you imagine us all on the same plane together? No. Irish Amy, they would never let us off the ground. Oh my God. That is so funny. Pammy, you would be the meek one by the window, fourth aisle? Somehow I'm having a hard time believing that one. Yeah. Julie, Pammy, you meek? Capri Law is rethinking her, telling us where she's going. Irish Amy says, Pammy, that was a funny one. Tell another one. Baka of 3 says, I can't sit by the window. I like window seats. I've always loved to fly. Get nervous out, definitely get nervous, but I still love to fly. Oh my God, that's amazing. That's just unbelievable. Does that even exist? Maui, Alabama? Is there a Maui, Alabama? Maui, Alabama? Aw, you're going to take us with you? Well, we appreciate that. Irish Amy loves to fly as well. Windowy board. The hot witness wall. What is the hot witness wall? Nanar says, did I let Capri Law know that I'm coming? Wait. Pammy Super Bowl pronounces it meowie. That's funny. She's chilling out in the sun right now. I got a little bit of the sun coming through. If I lean this way, there's the sun and Super Bowl's in it. Tomorrow morning, all right. Bach of 3, Pammy, don't like takeoffs and landings. I know there's a shade, but my husband takes the window seat. Yeah, those are always right. That's when the disasters happen generally. But we're not going to talk about that. You know what? Once you're strapped in, you're strapped in. That's all you can do. Ken, flying with acrobatic, aerobatics pilot is totally worth it if you're into that kind of thing. You know what I like to do? I like to look at those like the F-15s, the pilots. The point of view, and the Navy and the Air Force pilots doing their thing. I think that's cool. Yes, definitely want to take some nausea stuff first. I'm okay with flight and everything. I just can't do spins. I can't do like just a constant spin. Never have been able to do those. I'm not a fan of the spin. Like as a kid, going to amusement parks and fairs and stuff like that, I was never one for just things that just go around and spin, spin, spin. But I love roller coasters and, I love that kind of stuff. Yes, meowie. I remember as a kid, we went to my mom and dad. We went to because my dad worked in the city and he was up, maybe 20, 30 stories, and the Blue Angels were in town and they were literally flying like in between the buildings and stuff. And I remember one guy just cruised right by us, and I could see him. I could see him in the cockpit, right? And my mom, she like hit the deck and had her hands over her ears. She did not like that. Therapist, yes, bring on all the crazy, scary, fast rides. We fly the Dreamliner on the way home. Ken Rosenberg, yeah, the guy I fly with is actually an Air Force guy, old college roommate. He flew F-16s, and I think he started transitioning to F-35 now. Yeah. And then I was in Fort Lauderdale, and they have an air show every year, and it starts in day, obviously, and then goes at night, and they had two things that stood out in my mind. There was one where these F-15s just came along like this. They were literally going like that. They were going like that slow, and they looked just amazing, because they were flying this way, right? They're flying this way, They weren't flying this way. They were flying like that. And then there was another one where they came like this, and then they just went straight up, and they turned their afterburners on, and they were right over the crowd, and it was at nighttime. It's pretty wicked. It was wicked. Dream of Landry, I love watching the Blue Angels. Yeah, they're cool. Those guys can fly, that is for sure. Cajun Bayou Queen, I love watching the Blue Angels. Capri Law, it's your 40th birthday present. Well, happy birthday. And your brother flies. Very cool. Oh no, you gotta go. All right, they're gonna be late, and they're just gonna pop right in. So, Ken Rosenberg, yes, air shows are awesome. Baka of 3, I am living vicariously through others. I do that often. I have this one friend of mine who travels the world, and it's just amazing because he posts all the time, and I just love watching wherever he is. He goes to Iceland. He sailed from Portugal, I think, all the way across to Florida. He's just an amazing.
And a catamaran.
Yeah, a little catamaran. Yeah, he's just amazing. Oh, it was January 26th. Well, happy birthday. That's an awesome 40th birthday. Good for you. Yes, everybody's saying happy birthday to you. Oh, right. Of course. Thank you, Pammy. Thank you for reminding us. Yep. Dwayne, Little Miss, and Capri Law. That's right. Pammy, you have the great memory. You win the Memory of the Day prize. Yes, we love you too, Capri Law. Curvio says, love the Blue Angels as well. Second cousin was playing number 4 for them from 13 to 17. Wow, that's pretty cool. That is very, very cool. I bet you he has some stories. Ken Rosenberg, so you skimmed through the transcripts of Devin Perkins' hearing. Going to pull the motion for new trial in a little bit to read through. All right, cool. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of documents and whatnot from Victoria. Yes, Irish Amy, they were, it was a Sunday, I believe, right? I think it was a Sunday. Well, with a name like Cajun Bayou Queen, I would expect you would be able to sing. But, oh, cool. He's got a couple videos. Ryan Chamberlain, for sure. Absolutely check him out. All right. Ryan Chamberlain. I'm going to the YouTubies. Ryan Chamberlain. General Hospital comes up, but I don't think that's him. Okay, that's General Hospital. Let's say Blue Angels. Ah, okay, there he is, Lieutenant Ryan Chamberlain. All right, F-18 ride. Cool. I will absolutely check that out. And that's your cousin? Cool. Have you ever flown with him? Are you even able to fly on a Blue Angels? Probably not, but that would be cool. Oh, sadly, you never got to see him in person before he retired? Glad to hear that, therapist you know. A lot of Aquariuses, Aquarii. A lot of Aquarii. Curvial, no, sadly not sure if I could do it with my hearing loss anyhow, right? So he must still fly, though. I mean, he's retired from the Navy, but does he still, or is it Air Force? But he's USN, right? Is that Navy? I thought the Blue Angels were, oh, okay, they are Navy. So he's retired. He must fly, though. I'm sure he still flies, right? And if so, I mean, can you imagine going from a what do they fly? What do they fly? F-18s, yeah. Going from an F-18 to like a Piper Cub, going from like 600, 700, 800 miles an hour to 300 or 200. Yeah, Navy, and I'm sure he probably still flies or is a flight trainer. Aw. We love you, therapist. Yeah, right, that'd be like going from, Curvio, that's like going from like a Ferrari to a Yugo. Remember the Yugos? Yeah, exactly. F-18 to a little Cessna. Pinto Super Pinto Super Sprint. Right. It's the same with like the drag racers or the NASCARs. They're used to going 212, 210, 220, and then the drag racers are used to going 300 miles an hour, and then they have to get in their trucks and their cars that go 70 or 80, and you have to do that. I mean, I'm sure they want to go faster, but it's kind of the same concept, Quick, someone tell a dirty joke. Baco 3. Ping fell in the mud. Had a dog playing in the mud or something? Oh, sorry, Baca. You retracted it. I pulled it up. Too late. Oh, pig fell in the mud. Seriously, Pammy? Are you a pirate? Because I treasure your chest. Please tell me that's never been used on you. Please, please tell me. Nobody's ever said that to you. Irish Amy, never ask an Irish girl to tell a dirty joke. It's dangerous. Pammy, please tell me nobody's ever used that on you. Or conversely, have you ever used that on somebody? Therapist, Irish Amy, don't threaten me with a good time. Pammy's dropping them left and right. Why is a one-night stand like an earthquake? Because you never know how long it'll last. Julie, are you a turtle? Wait, yes to hearing it, no to using it. You have heard that. Oh, I don't know if I should be happy or sad for you. I'm not quite sure the reaction I should have for that. Oh wait, Julie, were you telling a joke? Was that? I'm sorry, Julie. Was that the beginning of a joke? Are you a turtle? 3 turtles walked into a bar. All right, Judge Cohen, we're ready for you. Bach, I am terrible at jokes. I can never remember good ones. That's all you got. Those are good. Hey, you got 2 of them. Oh, Julie, are you seriously waiting for everybody to say no why? Therapist, asks. Okay, I think I've heard this one. I think you told us this one before, right? Didn't you do a series of jokes during, I think, was it Milton or something? Julie asks, what does a woman have 2 of that a cow has 4 of? Pretty sure, right? Didn't we go through these one time? Pammy shouts, legs. Julie says, the answer to the first one is you bet you're sweet I am. Are you a turtle? Oh. Curvy also says legs. Irish Amy, Julie, I don't know. All right, I'm going to go back to, we'll go back here just in case they come on, because I know he comes on quick. Judge Cohen doesn't mess around. I'll just pip squeegee myself back here. And get ready. Julie, yep. What is hard, round, and you can hang a hat on? I swear to God, I remember these before. Did we did we do this during Milton? Therapist, you know. Hat stand. Oh. I may not say these things out loud. Oh, you guys. Ken says, where's the bot? Y'all need to be put in Follow's corner. Hellcat, we could bring out long-haired pics. Yes, I could play guitar. I thought about that, but I'm going to get too engrossed, and then I'll just be playing, and we'll miss the court. These questions come from a World War II question for the National Turtle Association. It was meant for boosting morale with the troops. I feel like right, Julie? Didn't we have this? Didn't we have this conversation? Haven't we done this before? I swear to God, we've done this before. That corner is being fumigated. That's funny. Irish Amy, me neither, but I'm still in hysterics over a turtle just sitting there saying, you bet your sweet ass I am. That's funny. And Irish Amy says, Julie, it certainly boosted mine. Julie says, you could only be a member. I had my grandmother's card for the longest time. If you could answer initial question and the others. I swear to God, Julie, we've is right in my, do you recall this? I feel like we've done this before on a live or something, or I feel like we've done this before. Irish Amy says, think we're going to need a room to fit us all in rather than a corner. Yes, or that airplane with Capri Law. Well, we have 30 people watching, so all 30 of us on an airplane. That would be fun. Bambi, that's what I was typing. Yes, all on an airplane. That would be fun. Therapist Juno says, Julie, have we done these jokes before? Yes or no? Circle one. Yes. Yeah, I definitely remember this. Irish Amy. Child TV Live Airlines. Trips for the insane. Julie, I am trying to think of the other questions. Are they look upable? Can you look them up? Can you Google them? Did you like that? Look upable? Look upable. Are they look upable? Is that the phrase of the day? Is that look upable? Irish Amy, I'm going to be sitting in my assessment tomorrow thinking about 40 turtles now. Not sure if that will help or hinder. Well, let's hope it helps. Shirley Roth, they are not back yet. I'm going to have to end too at like, we got that 8 o'clock stream with Jules tonight with Victoria and Jimmy. So we're going to have to end probably around 7:15 so I can get ready for that. Pammy says, ugh, my patience is as thin as tissue paper. I know this clock. Julie says, what is a 4-letter word ending in K that means social intercourse? Irish Amy says, talk. Nan R says, talk. Therapist Juno says, lick. Irish Amy. I mean, talk. Stop it, you. Sometimes. Okay, yes, these are all very familiar. Okay, Julie says, what does a man do standing up, a woman do sitting down, and a dog does on 3 legs? Contemplates life. What does a man do standing up, a woman do sitting down, and a dog do on 3 legs? Court better start soon. Court better start soon. Play pickleball? Yeah, Dreamer Landry, that's what we're all thinking, but the answer is shake hands. In case so emergency, I pray to Jesus. You heathens. Pammy says, sitting down to shake? I guess, right? Why not? Yeah, women could sit down. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Shirley Roth, everyone is going cuckoo. You even going? Yes, Dreama, you tried. Yes, Julie says, Pammy, back then women stayed seated to shake hands with men. I could see that. You know, it's proper etiquette. Therapist, you know, what if soy milk is just regular milk introducing itself in Spanish? That's funny. Yes, Pammy. Oh, I see, Julie. Good days gone by. And yes, Julie, we are having fun. Irish Amy. Julie, oh man, my brain has turned into Innuendo City now. Bach of 3. What are we shake sing? What are we shake sing? Shake sing? Oh, Lordy George, Judge Cohen, help us, save us before YouTube takes us down. Therapist, you know, what if nobody was president and we all promised real hard to just be cool? That sounds awesome. But then my cool doesn't correspond with your cool. Right? Dusty brains abound. Julie says World War II was a tough time for troops. They had to have something to share with one another. I agree with that. Shirley Roth, come back to say he left. Oh, Judge Cohen. Come on now, sir. So Viber, nobody's heard of Viber, right? I've never heard of Viber. WhatsApp, I have WhatsApp. Don't really like to use it. Have used it. Facebook Messenger, definitely don't like to use that. Have used it. But Viber, I like the vibe. I like the name Viber. I think that's a cool name. I'm really interested to know who Fabio was talking to. Well, we know he was talking to, gosh, who was it? We know he was talking to somebody. Was it Sal Machuri? I think he might have been talking to him. Yeah, never heard of it. Dreama Landry. Irish Amy, if he can interrupt people in the middle of a sentence, we should be able to interrupt him in the middle of a sandwich. That's pretty funny. Pammy, yep, nope, haven't heard of it. I've never heard of it. We're just not cool anymore. We're not the hipsters that we thought we were. We're not down with the newest tech. Nanar, Viber makes me think it's something dirty more than the vibe. Well, not dirty, but vibrate. Viber. Well, they weren't that young, right? So they were only like in their 40s. So it's not like Viber is just for, teenagers and people in their 20s. Pammy, egads, pineapple stings and wounds and stitches. I'm guessing that you're trying to eat some pineapple. Therapist, you're hip, you're with it? Yeah, who is the youngest one in the chat? It might be you, therapist. You might be the youngest one in our chat. Well, no, wait, Capri Law just turned 40. Nobody tell us I don't need to know your exact ages. Irish Amy, we are all hip here. We rock. Oh, I missed that. Julie, you've never been hip. I don't know about that. I think you're hip right now. Oh, Ken Rosenberg is younger. Yeah. Baca says, yikes, Tammy, acid. I know, right? Pammy says, I'm the elder here. I'm quite sure. Julie, lysergic acid diethylamide. Isn't that LSD? Yes, Baca of 3. We spill our ages too many times on here already. Ken says much younger. Much younger. Hey, Mona. Ukraine uses Viber the most of any country per Google. All right. And Dreama Landry, I am young at heart. There you go. Nanar, I remember singing I'm in with the in crowd. Yep. I go where the in crowd goes. Not so much anymore, but I'm surprised my daughter gets surprised when I know something rather new. Yeah, yep. It's hip to be square. Yes, Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Irish Amy, exactly. We all act our shoe size. Best way to live. Oh, come on, Judge Cohen. I gotta end the stream at like 7:15 so I can get ready for the 8 o'clock stream. Hey, Mona. The good old days. Or so I've heard. Cajun Bayou Queen is showing her age. Yeah, I think we've said our age like so many times. Oh, I remember Crazy Eights. Therapist, my grandma and I played Crazy Eights all the time, and she had a different song for each card suit. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds was the song for, well, you know. Nanar says, I love that. We all act our shoe size. Perfect. Right? I remember Crazy Eights. I haven't played that in such a long time. Yeah, Shirley Roth, it still hasn't stopped snowing. Yeah. Therapist, some song about a field of clovers. Well, she's citing songs from the 60s and 70s. Some field of clovers. Hey, Mona, anyone here play Egyptian rat screw? It's like war, but with hot hands. I'm not even sure. Hot hands. I've never heard of that, and I've never played it. But how do you warm your hands up? Do you put them in an oven? Curviel asks, why are they always so late after lunch? I don't know, man. I know they're on a half-hour delay, but So he says 4:30. I'm sorry, he said 1:30. So that would be 4:30, right? 3-hour difference. Oh yeah, Crimson and Clover, Over and Over. Maybe that's why. Or maybe that was a song, Therapist. Is that Tommy James and the Shondells? Is that who does Crimson and Clover? Tommy James, yep. Tommy James and the Shondells. That's a great song. Tommy James and the Shondells. It's a cool song. Hey Mona, you smack someone's hands when doubles show up. Okay. I remember there was a game where you would put your hands like this and another person would put their hands like that and then you would smack them. I remember that. Pick up sticks. Yeah, 52 card pickup. Baka of 3, I consider myself vintage. There you go. Dream of Landry, they must take a nap after lunch. I don't know what they do, but oof. I'm going to have to turn my light on here soon. Hellcat, now that song is stuck in my head. Crimson and Clover, Over and Over. It's a good song to have stuck in your head. That's not a bad earworm. Oh, wow. Therapist, you know, Carpets of Clover, I'll Lay at Your Feet. Dean Martin. All right. Hey Mona, yes, that is Hot Hands, the over-under thing. It hurts. Yeah, it can, I remember for sure. Hellcat, now that song is stuck in my head. Shirley Roth, my kitty found a monkey from the barrel of monkeys I had once. Yeah, I remember. The barrel of monkeys. Nan R. I remember sitting in my friend's basement while she explained to the group of us what the new Beatles songs were really about. I was so young and naive. Crap, maybe not. Let's see. Yes, Hellcat, Crimson and Clover, Brenda Meyer. I know that song by Joan Jett. Yep. Joan Jett does a version of it. The original is Tommy James and the Shondells. Not sure what year. If I had to guess, I'd say 69, but let me see if I'm right or wrong. Crimson and Clover, Tommy James and the Shondells. 1968. Boop. Yes, Dino and Frank. When I was working at Scholastic, we would have Frank Fridays. So we would always play Frank Sinatra on Fridays. There was like, we were in a, we called it the fishbowl because we were like in this office that had windows pretty much on two sides. Yeah, two sides. So people could always, walk around and see what we were doing. And we had like 1, 2, 3, at least 3 of us, 4 of us were in there at any given time. And a bunch of designers, right? And we'd play. People would bring in, CDs to play. So, but we kind of landed on Frank Friday. So every Friday we would play Frank Sinatra. Oh, Nanar, recently saw where What's-His-Face explained that Puff the Magic Dragon was not about. Is that Peter, Paul, and Mary? Or are you thinking of another song? Where is this court? Now you know what OnlyFan would say if he was here. He'd be like, "Oh, maybe she plea deal. Oh, Mamas and the Papas did they did Puff the Magic Dragon? Did they? I'm not doubting you, but I don't remember that. It's Peter, Paul, and Mary from '63. Did the Mamas? I'm not familiar with that. I'll be darned. Yeah. I guess I just know the Peter, Paul, and Mary version. I didn't know that Mamas and the Papas did one too. Now that I don't believe was not about, yeah. Hey Mona, the Rainbow Connection seemed like a song too. Yep, therapist, you know, Engelbert Humperdinck. Go figure that. Nanar, I think he's passed. Peter or Paul, Mamas and Papas, I don't remember. Yeah, unfortunately, they're all passing. I don't know who's around anymore. Sadly, I've lost track. Oh, did Ken get... Oh. Hey, K-Swan. Thanks for dropping in. We are waiting for court to start. And right now, they're easily a half hour behind time. Hellcat, why do I always want to think when they're like this, they're going to do a plea deal, or they're doing a plea deal, right? Because it happens. Elvis Presley all day for Pammy. We got Tom Jones. Nanar says, I bought an album of Humperdinck's before he was famous. I thought the cover looked cool. That's the marketing. The marketing gotcha. We're all just riffing here, K-Swan. We're all just riffing. Julie was telling dirty jokes earlier. Yeah. Julie, enter at your own risk, K-Swan. It's wild tonight. Baca was never an Elvis fan. Fair enough. Yeah, the camera's moving. Camera is moving. Camera is moving. We may have some activity. Oh, you weren't telling dirty jokes? That's true. You were not. I apologize, Julie. You were not telling dirty jokes. Julie was not telling dirty jokes. YouTube, she was not. Shirley Roth, that's awesome. You got 33s, 45s, tape CDs. Good for you. Yeah, that's all been lost in moves. I still have CDs, but my albums, I grew up with, the 45s. That's all been lost, sadly. K-Swan. You kind of peeked before entering? Smart. Smart. Pammy, let's get real. My jokes were just a little off color, not dirty. Shirley Roth says, someone told me a few years back, get rid of your record player I got when I was 16. I said, no way. Yeah, now they're back with a vengeance. Right? Oh, hey, Mona, now I'm thinking about 8-track players. Baca says, Julie, we won't tell the judge you were telling dirty jokes on break. That was smart. That was smart of you. Irish Amy, therapist, you know, I'm the same with Red Hot Chili Peppers, although if Dave Navarro wanted to talk, I'm all for it. No, wow, Case One, you still have a few 8-tracks? Like what? What do you have? Shirley Roth, it has 8-track tape recorder and everything in it. That's cool. The REM guy. Oh,
Present all
and they're
counsel
back.
present, jury and also present. Good afternoon. So just to give you an update, there is no update, except I'm running the building today. So if I get up and leave, take a hint. Now, Mr. Gibson, you're still under oath. People may continue. You didn't ever bring a jury in? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Gibson, when we broke for lunch, I think we were just getting to slide 148. Can you tell us what we see here?
The display's not on.
Not on?
Yeah.
There it is, it's just the power. Oh, that screwed up everything. Do you see? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It worked. Just like on TV. All right, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what you've captured here?
This is a screenshot of images from item 121. It's a screenshot picture of an email from Jean Parshall to Monica. Oh, sorry.
Okay. And looking at slide, actually, you know what? Let's stay on 121 for a moment. Did you also recover deleted photographs from the unallocated space on item 121?
Yes.
And what were those deleted photographs of?
There were pictures of Monica.
And those pictures of Monica, were they pictures of her where she was appeared to be standing outside, holding on to some sort of a pole without any clothing on?
Objection 352, cumulative.
Absolutely not. Overruled.
No.
I'll show them to you so you can describe them for us.
There's a screenshot where where Monica is wearing lingerie covering the top half of her body and exposing her bottom in about 10 photographs.
They appear to be pictures that are taken outside.
Correct. She's standing outside on a sidewalk. It's at nighttime.
Holding onto some sort of a pole in some of these photos.
Correct.
All right. Moving on to slide 149. Can you tell us what you've captured here, please?
This is a picture from item 119. It is a screenshot of an itinerary receipt. It's named to Monica Sementilli, and it's a flight itinerary.
Okay. New York to Toronto.
It's Los Angeles. It's New York to Toronto, and then Toronto to Los Angeles.
On the dates of June 11th and June 13th, respectively, of 2017.
Correct.
Showing you slide 150. Back to item 82, the defendant's tablet. What did you capture here?
This is a screenshot of an email from Air Canada to the Calamati-Mo Hotmail with a passenger, Monica Sementilli, for a flight from Toronto to Los Angeles.
Okay, next slide. I think this is 151. What did you capture here? Again on the tablet?
Correct. This is an email from Monica to Jean Parshall, and she wrote, attach her all the phone records, let me know if you can view. And she signed it Monica Sementilli.
And this is dated June 14th of 2017, the date of arrest?
It's June 14th, 2017, at 11 in the morning.
11 a.m. Thank you. Showing you slide 152. What is this? It looks like it's a conversation through the WhatsApp app. A chat. Is this a series of chat messages between the defendant and Robert Baker?
This is a conversation between item 119 and 121 via the WhatsApp message. And you can see it's timestamped June 14th, 2017, 11:26 a.m. to 12:33 p.m. And
what does the defendant indicate that she is doing that morning?
The second message just reads, been up since 7, on the computer cleaning up, gonna unpack and shower, let me know when you're up.
So she's on the computer cleaning up. That's the message she sends to Mr. Baker?
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, 153. Is this a continuation of the messages via WhatsApp?
Correct.
And what does this indicate?
It's just a continuation of the conversation. Mr. Baker is responding with, okay, how's everything? No big party thrown while you're away. And then Monica responds with, quiet, spoke to D, we'll talk soon, nothing major.
Okay. Next slide. Again, is this still a continuation of that same chat between the defendant and Baker?
Yes.
And in this particular slide, are they, or chat, are they making plans to get together that day after Jessica leaves?
I don't know if Jessica's leaving, but it appears that they're trying to meet up.
If we go back one slide, does it say at the top, I'll tell you when Jess is leaving to be sure?
Yes. So, yes.
Okay. Moving on to slide 155. What does this slide indicate?
These are pictures that are allocated on the SD card. that are not deleted. They're present on the SD card, ready to be viewed.
Okay. And these are pictures of Baker's passport.
Correct.
And does it indicate a date?
Correct. Yes, June 13th, 2017.
Okay. Showing you slide 156, pictures and videos on unallocated space on the SD card. What does this indicate?
These are files that are in free space and that have been deleted from the SD card but are still recovered.
Okay. So these were the photos that we talked about a few moments ago that I showed you the pictures of that you described, of the defendant naked from the waist down outside.
Yes.
Okay. And there was also video as well as photographs, is that right?
Yes.
Showing you slide 157, is that a continuation of the photographs and video that you found on the unallocated space?
Yes.
And also on the next slide, 158, on this particular SD card from 121?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you slide 159. You wrote only deleted note. What was that?
On 119, on item 119, which is the iPhone, within the notes application, this note entry was marked for deletion, but it still resided in the database, so it was a recovered entry, a recovered note entry. And this is the only one that was marked for deletion that was recovered.
And so this is a contact for somebody with the name Baller.
Objection, Secretary.
It's on the screen, correct?
Yeah, in the body, Baller is listed with a 310722. Correct.
Okay. 160, talking about the arrest on June 14th. After this, let's move on and look at some of the last remaining slides that you've marked as financials. Looking at slide 162, with respect to the defendant's iPhone number 119, what did you find?
Excuse me. This is an image of Chase Bank account with Monica, Jessica, and Isabella listed.
With an account number?
Correct. Ending in 1029.
Okay, and some other information that it looks like was handwritten onto the bottom of the page of which the it looks like a screenshot was taken?
Correct.
What was the date of that particular image?
February 7th, 2017 at 12:48 p.m.
Thank you. 163. Again, in item 119, the defendant's iPhone, this document, what does it read at the top?
International Stock Ownership Plan,
Okay.
ISOP.
And is there some dates?
On the document, it's for January 1st, 2016 through December 31st, 2016.
Okay. Does it also have a value of the International Stock Ownership Plan stock?
That appears to be $82,719 for the total.
Thank you. Looking at slide 164, again from item 119, what is this?
This is a photograph of a MetLife
Responsive letter?
yeah. It's Yeah, it's for Metropolitan Life Insurance Company.
Okay. And in this particular document contained in the defendant's phone or a photograph of the document, is this does this document from MetLife indicate that it's referencing her claim for group life insurance benefits?
Yes.
And references the victim's name, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And also that they have received her claim, correct? And is there a date?
Yes, the date is March 22nd, 2017, and then there is a response that says why they're contacting her.
That they have to, it's going to be necessary for us to further evaluate this claim, correct?
Correct.
And therefore completion will be delayed. When we have made a decision, we'll send you further notification. Is that what it says from the Group Life Claims Division?
Yes.
Looking at the next slide, 165, do you recognize what you see here?
It's a picture of a handwritten note with the email address of lifeclaimsubmit@metlife.com, and name of Amber, and a notation that they don't release the last name, and that the email should include Fabio's name and a claim number.
Okay. And is there a date?
The picture of this document was taken May 25th, 2017.
Okay. Looking at slide 166, again, is this does this reference what we saw in slide 163 regarding checks going in the mail for the ISOP?
Yes.
Okay. And does this have a date?
The message that it was sent, the date and time stamp when this picture was sent to Luigi is contact name Luigi, was dated April 7th, 2017 at 10:47 a.m.
It's basically indicating that Luigi should receive his by the next day. Is that right? In Canada?
Correct. It said Luigi should receive his by tomorrow since it's within Canada.
Okay. Showing you slide 167. What do we see here?
It's a picture of a TD Auto Finance payment record.
Okay. In what amount?
$44,081.94.
And does it reference that this is from Eurolux regarding a Porsche?
Yeah, in the upper left corner is Eurolux LLC.
Okay. And is there also a date and time for this?
From the payment record, it's on the picture. It's dated April 4th, 2017, but the picture of the document was taken April 7th, 2017.
Thank you. Slide 168. Is this a photograph again that you found within the defendant's iPhone number 119?
Yes, this is a photograph of a Visa card ending in 5105 with the name Monica Sementilli and LGI Consulting.
Okay. It's a Wells Fargo Visa?
Correct.
Is there a date this photograph was taken from the metadata?
March 20th, 2017.
Okay. Showing you slide 169. What did you capture here?
This is a picture of a Chase Visa card ending in 9440, issued to Monica Sementilli.
Okay. Is there also metadata indicating the date this particular photograph was taken?
Yeah, April 11th, 2017 at 1:24 p.m.
Okay. Slide 170.
It's a picture of a spreadsheet that's column header of Luigi with percentage breakdowns and in the total amount of $259,792.
Okay. And this was, again, a photograph that you found in item number 119?
Correct.
And with respect to the metadata, does it indicate when this photograph was taken?
February 9th, 2017 at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock p.m.
Thank you. Showing you the next slide, 171. Is this, again, another photograph that you found within the defendant's iPhone?
Yes.
And what does this show?
There's 3 columns of Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella, and with the amounts of $423,365.15, and also $336,141.44.
And what does the metadata indicate as to when this photograph was taken?
March 16th, 2017 at 2:26 p.m.
Thank you. Slide 172. What did you capture here in the phone?
This is a policy, it's a summary as of July 3rd, 2013 for a policy number for like a renewable term.
Life insurance policy.
I don't see the company. I'm not.
It says coverages / lives insured.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. So coverage is life insured. You'll see insured is Fabio Sementilli.
And
then,
go ahead.
oh, and it has the amount of insurance for $150,000.
And is there metadata in terms of this particular photograph?
Yeah, this picture was taken on February 9th, 2017 at 10 a.m.
Slide 173. Can you tell us what you've captured here? This is now with respect to item 82, the tablet.
Yeah, this is an email from Porter M at ca.ibm.com. Mary Porter to Monica, to Monica's Hotmail address, and it's subject line of ISOP proceeds designated for a minor.
Okay. And in that case, it's Isabella, correct?
I'm trying to find Isabella's name on there.
It's from P&G or relating to P&G.
Yes, it's related to P&G Canada. Oh, yeah. Sorry, the second paragraph, it says at this point, Isabella's portion.
Okay.
Slide 174. Is this a continuation of that email from P&G Canada regarding Fabio's ISOP?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you slide 175. Again, from the tablet. What is this?
This is a email from an info at sdccu.com to Monica's Hotmail address and indicating that registration or funds transfer is complete.
Okay. This is from San Diego Credit Union?
San Diego County Credit Union.
Okay. And is there a date for registration for the funds transfer?
The date of the email is April 20th, 2017 at 12:21 p.m.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, 176.
This is an email from the same credit union on June 14th, 2017 at 9:52 California time from the credit union, and it's indicating that they've received their institution transfer request for $785.
From Chase Bank.
Correct.
Showing you slide 177. What did you capture here?
This is email headline Chrysler Capital Payment Confirmation. Email indicating that that there was a single payment for Chrysler Capital, and it was applied on June 1st, 2017.
Thank you. Showing you 178.
This is an email with the subject of Pay with CBB. This is from Discover Card, Discover at Service, Discover.com, and it has the last four digits of the account is 7273, and the picture says Monica Sementilli on the bottom.
Okay. And is there some metadata with respect to this?
The timestamp associated is May 21st, 2017 at 10:10 a.m.
All right. And one last slide, 179. What is this?
This is a email with the claim number in the subject line from Group Life Claims to Monica's email, Monica's Hotmail address, and someone, Lisa Mullen at MedLife.
Okay. And is there a date that appears on this document as well that's within the tablet belonging to the defendant?
April 18th, 2017 at 11:37 a.m.
Regarding, again, group life claims, correct?
That's where the email came from, in the subject line with the claim number ending in 5021.
So what we just went through would be, as we talked about this morning, a series of captures or photographs that you took from various devices, correct?
Those are screenshots that were captured while analyzing the devices.
Your Honor, I have a stipulation, I think it's 6. It's 6 pages in length regarding digital device extraction and analysis. May it be marked as People's 106?
It may.
Would the court like me to read it into the record?
I think you have to.
Stipulation. Digital device extraction and analysis by Brian Howard, Jake Gibson, George Diaz, and other experts. In 2020, analyst Brian Howard of the LAPD's Technical Investigations Division examined and extracted data from the following digital devices. Evidence item 119, defendant Monica Sementilli's Apple iPhone 7 cell phone, IMEI 35920-90784-75286, and an AT&T SIM card, ICCID 89014-10427-92482-85157, recovered from the Sementilli residence. A full file system extraction of the iPhone 7 was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Cellebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754818 for reference. Evidence item 121, Robert Baker's Samsung S8 Plus cell phone, IMEI 25598-90826-91663, and an AT&T SIM card 89011-20200-22955-51942 were recovered from the Ford Mustang, in which defendant Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were driving when arrested in June 2017. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Cellebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754819 for reference. Evidence item 101, Robert Baker's Samsung S4 cell phone, IMEI 356-70538-29709, an AT&T SIM card 89014-10427-59712-43868, and a SanDisk 16 gigabyte memory card were recovered from Robert Baker's apartment. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. A physical data extraction of the memory card was performed and data was retrieved. All examinations were conducted using the Cellebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754820 for reference. Evidence item 120, a ZTE Z320 cell phone, IMEI 86055-00302-91598, and a SIM card 89012-60471-98161-4042 were recovered from the Ford Mustang, in which defendant Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were driving when arrested in June 2017. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Cellebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754821 for reference. Evidence item 82, defendant Monica Sementilli's LG 7.0 tablet device, IMEI 01409-70039-15154, and an AT&T SIM card, ICCID 89014-10327-74433-37188 were recovered from the Sementilli residence. An advanced logical and file system extraction of the LG tablet was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754822 for reference. Evidence item 102. A 32-gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's apartment. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754823 for reference. Evidence item 149. A 32-gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's 2000 Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754824 for reference. Evidence item 151. An 8-gigabyte Kingston memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754825 for reference. Evidence item 157. A 32-gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754826 for reference. In 2021, analyst Brian Howard of the LAPD's Technical Investigations Division examined and extracted data from the following digital devices. Evidence item 67, Fabio Sementilli's Apple iPhone Plus cell phone, IMEI 35380-70804-18578, and an AT&T SIM card, ICCID 89014-10427-94107-82866 was recovered from the Sementilli residence. A full file system extraction of the iPhone 7 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 769609 for reference. In 2023, analyst Brian Howard of the LAPD's Technical Investigations Division examined and extracted data from the following digital devices. Evidence item 119, defendant Monica Sementilli's Apple iPhone 7 cell phone, same IMEI as previously indicated, and an AT&T SIM card with an ICCID number previously indicated were recovered from the Sementilli residence. A full file system extraction of the iPhone 7 was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783760 for reference. Evidence item 121, Robert Baker Samsung S8 Plus cell phone with the same IMEI as previously indicated and an AT&T SIM card number previously indicated, and a 128 gigabyte SanDisk memory card were recovered from the Ford Mustang in which defendant Sementilli and Robert Baker were driving when arrested in June of 2017. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. A physical data extraction of the memory card was performed and data was retrieved. Each examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited forensic tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783762 for reference. Evidence item 101, Robert Baker Samsung S4 cell phone, IMEI previously indicated and an AT&T SIM card previously indicated, and a SanDisk 16 gigabyte memory card were recovered from Robert Baker's apartment. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus, I should say S4.
We're going to stretch.
S4 was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. A physical data extraction of the memory card was performed and data was retrieved. Bless you. All examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited forensics tool. Extracted data and associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics media number 783759 for reference. Evidence item 120, a ZTE Z320 cell phone with a previously indicated IMEI and a SIM card number previously indicated were recovered from the Ford Mustang in which defendant Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were driving when arrested in June 2017. A physical data extraction of the Samsung of the ZTE cell phone was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited forensic tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783761 for reference. Evidence item 82, defendant Monica Sementilli's LG 7.0 tablet device, previously indicated IMEI number and an AT&T SIM card, ICCID number previously indicated, were recovered from the Sementilli residence. Full file system, physical and advanced logical and file system extractions of the LG tablet were performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited forensic tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783758 for reference. Evidence item 102, a 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's apartment. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited forensic tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783763 for reference. Evidence item 149, a 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's 2000 Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited forensic tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783763 for reference. Evidence item 155, an 8 gigabyte micro SD memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. An examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned Electronics Unit Media Number 783763 for reference. Evidence item 157, the 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card recovered from Robert Baker's Ford Expedition SUV. Physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using Celebrite Mobile Forensics Limited Forensic Tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned Electronics Unit Media Number 783763 for reference. Previous processing of all digital, electronic, and mobile devices was appropriately performed initially by LAPD, RHD, and Secret Service Task Force member Detective George Diaz in 2017 and 2018, including all cell phones, iCloud data, SD cards, USB drives, tablets, computers, utilizing appropriate forensic tools, including Celebrite Mobile Forensic Tools and other appropriate forensic industry tools. This data was placed onto external portable drives and provided to the District Attorney's Office and Defense Counsel. Counsel, do you stipulate?
Yes, stipulation.
People do.
Stipulation received. Let's stretch.
All right, everybody stretch. Stretch, stretch, stretch. That was long. That was like 18 minutes, 17 minutes. That was about 17 or 18 minutes.
I have no comment.
Mr. Gibson, with respect to the extraction or imaging of forensic digital evidence, sometimes by reprocessing the items, do you tend to get potentially additional information?
Excuse me, the potential is always there to get extra information because of software updates or hardware updates that are provided by the vendors. So, yes, it's possible.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Jones. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gibson.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the slides, some of them, hopefully not all of them, I promise not all of them.
Thank you.
But before we go into that, I just wanted to clarify a few things from those stipulations. There were some long phrases I tried to take down. So there's a full file system extraction and advanced logical. Those are ways that data is extracted from the device, is that right?
Correct, and all those extractions and acquisitions were done by LAPD.
And that is essentially trying to extract all the data that is available that can be found on those phones, on those devices.
Correct.
And there's a computer program, I hope I've noted this down right, a Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensics Tool. That's the program you use to analyze that data?
Not that I use. No, okay. Celebrite Physical Analyzer is the program that I use to analyze the data, and most of the screenshots are coming from. The mobile synchronization, I think that is the newer, they call it the Celebrite UFED for PC, which is the extraction tool. In 2017, it might have been called the mobile synchronization tool.
Thanks so much for clarifying. I was trying to understand. So you have a separate computer program that you use that allows you to analyze this data that's been extracted. Is that right?
Yeah, I never touched the devices, so I didn't do the extractions on these.
Right.
So my computer was designated to do the analysis.
I see. And as part of that analysis, there's a program you use that visualizes the data. Is that correct? That's been extracted.
Yeah, the Celebrate Physical Analyzer is a data visualization tool that allows you to look at the data in a format that is readable for humans.
So it's the Cellurite Visual Analyzer. That's the computer program I was trying to talk about.
Yeah, it's Physical Analyzer.
Cellurite Physical Analyzer.
Yeah.
All right. Now, that Cellurite Physical Analyzer, you're able to filter through the data, correct?
Correct.
And that's necessary because, as you said earlier, I think there's enormous amounts of data from these devices, right?
Correct.
And using that analyzer, is it right that you can create PDF reports if you needed to print off some extracts, some pages from that data?
Correct. PDFs are it's one of the file types that you can extract information from.
Just to avoid any doubt, you could just describe briefly what a PDF is.
It's a Adobe Acrobat file. It's a document that's easy. It's a page. It's a page that's think of it as like it's a glorified picture that's what's the word I'm looking for? That's
Would it help that I just
it's an Adobe Acrobat.
It creates a readable, printable document.
It's a readable, printable document. Proprietary. Sorry, that was the word I was looking for.
Thank you very much. Now, as part of producing these slides, you produce these PowerPoint slides, correct?
Yeah, this is the work product as a result of doing the analysis.
It's going through this enormous amount of data and screenshotting parts of it.
Correct.
And you're directed by the prosecution what to look for, correct?
I'm looking for artifacts of interest.
Right.
So yes, but for this investigation, I was directed to focus on the date and time of the homicide and the relationships of everybody that's involved in the case.
And focus on things like IDMSS, is that right?
Yeah, that's the application that we were discussing earlier. I focused on some of those entries.
Right. And as you said, you only select the artifacts that are most relevant to the case or important to the case. Is that right?
Labeling things most important, it's just important or it's not, or relevant or not. The scale of importance is determined later.
All right. Just one final thing. Some of the communications we saw, that they were filtered for only between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli, for example, correct? So
yes.
So there are more communications that exist, they're just not shown in the slides.
Yes, correct.
Is it possible if I could go to slide 9?
Sure.
Thank you so much. One of the devices that there was an extraction for was item 82, correct?
Correct.
And you analysed the data from that extraction.
Correct.
And that's Monica's G-pad, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified this essentially as sort of a tablet.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Please go again.
No, it's just a tablet.
Similar to an iPad?
Similar to an iPad.
This slide shows user accounts that are on that G-pad, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, Ronnie, my just stand a bit closer. Thank you. You said here you highlighted some of these accounts. So am I right that this would log where someone logs into their own user account for one of these applications on the right-hand side?
Yes, correct. It's giving you a reference, like, for example, the Pinterest, like the 6th row, is Monica Sementilli. And if you continue on down, like the State Farm and different entries.
And it has their username in that second column, correct?
The first two columns can. It's the first two columns that you kind of combine to give representation of what the usernames are.
Right, but the second column specifically says username. It has the username.
Correct.
Right? So we have a Monica Sementilli at the first one.
Correct.
There's just some others I wanted to confirm with you. So there's a fabstyle67@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
And there's also a Jessica Tilly further down, right?
Correct for Twitter.
And further down that, I'm looking fourth from the bottom, there's a 1D for Bella123@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
There's a Sementilli.f@pg.com, right?
Correct.
We have the fab style again, that's the same as above, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a Bellarama00@hotmail.com, right?
Correct.
And if someone was using that Gpad and logged into their user account, that would show on this user accounts table, correct?
If there's, you can see that there's 33 user accounts. So if there's,
Sorry.
yeah,
Please finish. You're right.
no, this is a screenshot of the user accounts that are on the device. If it's can't do the speed counting, but there might be more accounts associated.
There might be more.
You know, there's 33 that were parsed out in this. 21.
Right, so there might be more, is what you're saying.
Well,
More user
there's
accounts.
12. There's 12 more.
There are more, exactly. And the point I'm asking is if someone other than Monica Sementilli went onto this Gpad and logged into their user account with their own username, that would show on this, right?
Correct. For example, the Twitter, the Jessica Tilly, that Twitter, that username for that account, and then what? As a weird aside, there's passwords, so those accounts should be changed passwords. If I know that this is 8 years old, but just that probably shouldn't be broadcast.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll move on to the other slide. I'd finished my points in this slide anyway.
Okay.
But, can we go to slide 12, please? So here we have the user accounts, but this is for Robert Baker's device, right? And I think that's the Samsung S4.
It's item 101. Yes, user accounts.
And I think prosecution counsel drew your attention to the fourth column, which has other entries. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, there's oeginc@gmail.com. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you understand that was linked to Robert Baker?
Yes.
And then we have, under that, there's a Woodland Hills racquetball@gmail.com account, right?
Yes.
And then you see the third row, there's a number of accounts. rb@westover1981.com, robert@oeg1.com, robert@oeg1.com, and I can't see them, I'm afraid, but
Facebook. It's Facebooky.
It's a Facebook, all right. And those are all, you see the third column, they're given with the name Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
So there's a number of different email accounts there that link to Robert Baker, is that right?
I didn't hear the last part.
There's a number of different email accounts that links to Robert Baker.
Correct.
Now, in terms of Monica Sementilli, we've seen from her user accounts, and we've seen from the other slides, she had one Hotmail address, calmati-mo, I believe, at Hotmail.
Correct.
Correct. And there was a Gmail account, Monica Sementilli@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other email accounts that you found linked to her, or is it just those two?
I don't recall the other. I don't recall if there's other emails associated, but those two are the ones that I recall.
Those are the ones that you
That
found that are in your slides?
Yes.
If we go to slide 15, please. So here we have item 119. That's Monica's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And again, user accounts. The first row we see there, it's highlighted in a dark blue color. That's connects to WhatsApp, correct?
Correct.
And there's a photo on the right-hand side of Monica, right?
Correct.
And we see under there it has a username. You see that?
Yes.
And that username is a long number. That's Monica's phone number, right? It's the 4213 number.
Correct.
And it's 4213@s.whatsapp.net, right?
Correct.
And is that, to your understanding, you've analysed and done research with WhatsApp before, I presume?
Yes.
When you use WhatsApp, it creates a username for you. Is that right?
Yes.
And that username is essentially your phone number at s.whatsapp.net.
Correct.
That's something that's created if you're using WhatsApp.
Yeah, it's a default naming nomenclature.
Okay. Could we show slide 19, please? So here, showing this slide, this shows Monica's phone, right? The contacts that she has in her phone.
Correct.
And obviously there are many contacts, this is just a few of them, right?
Correct.
And it's specifically the contact she has for Fabio Sementilli, right?
Correct. Fabio's phone number.
Has Fabio's phone number. But we also see on the right-hand side, in the fourth column, it has a WhatsApp username for Fabio, correct?
Correct.
And this has Fabio's number at s.whatsapp.net, right?
Correct.
So this would be consistent with Fabio using WhatsApp, generating a username for him.
Correct. And sorry, but I do need to make a clarification on the last row. That is not Fabio's information. That's someone else's. Screenshot one too many rows. It looks like. So the unrelated phone number on the bottom.
Oh, Rigo.
Yes.
Right, that's not related to Fabio. It's a
correct.
different number.
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
just everyone's clear on that.
You may have just one moment. I think earlier in your testimony you described how sometimes apps can be deleted, so they don't. And apps can be deleted in these cellular extractions, right? Sorry, I should say sometimes you'll find that certain items from an extraction have been deleted.
Correct.
But you can still find a trace of their past usage from various artifacts, correct?
Correct.
For example, if you're using an app that is subsequently deleted, is it right that there might be folders on a device which would indicate that app was used previously?
And I wouldn't classify them as folders. We can stick with files and
Files, okay.
Yeah, files and various artifacts, indicating usage.
All right. Well, let me show you something, and we can ask some questions. I have here 2 pages from the cellular extraction of Fabio Sementilli's device relating to images found with this device. May I please mark these as Defence Exhibit 601?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Defence Exhibit 601. Does this appear to be an extract from the data extraction of Fabio's phone listing various JPEGs found in this device?
Yeah. Yes.
And we see here,
We see here the file name, correct?
Yes.
And a .jpeg, does that indicate an image?
Yes, that's a picture.
Right, and we have a date and time it's created.
Yes.
Looking at row 98, we have this thing here, it was a path. Can you describe what a path is?
That's the location of where the picture actually resides on the file system. I'm sorry, did you say 98 or 99?
I said 98, but
Okay.
for the purpose of that question, it's not necessary.
Okay, so,
But can I just clarify? So
Again, Your Honor, if the witness could finish his answer before another question is asked.
I thought he was done. Are you done, sir?
yes, I'll wait for the next question.
Thank you. A path, it contains various folders where something's saved. Is that right?
Yeah, folder is also a directory. It's a path. It's the location path on where you can locate that picture.
So, I'm so sorry if you weren't.
Yeah, so if you look at the path, it's Fabio's iPhone,
Yes.
which is the home directory, and then applications, net WhatsApp, dot WhatsApp is the next folder, and then there's library media, and then
Sorry.
and then you get another folder with a long string, and then you get the file name.
Right, now, you see here there's a folder, net.whatsapp, right?
Correct.
Is this something that would be created if you were using the WhatsApp app?
Yes.
And it's created as a location for where images are stored from WhatsApp.
Correct.
So would this be consistent evidence of WhatsApp being used on this device?
Yes.
And so just so we can see some of the dates, this is showing an image at 6/12/2016 that's saved to this location, correct? Saved to this path.
Correct. It's June 12th, 2016.
Yes. December 16, 2015 it is also saved to this location, right?
Correct.
September 25th, 2016, same again.
Correct.
August 10, 2015, the same again, right?
We can't see it, but
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's not cool. Okay.
August 10th.
Right, and I just have a second page. This is just a continuation of the records. Here we have January 1st, 2017, the same path. Is that the same path? The same location that something is saved in that includes a WhatsApp folder?
As 114 and 115. If you look at that really long number,
Yes.
right after media, it looks like it's different. So it's not an exact path, but if you go to the WhatsApp library media, you will see the folder list of the pictures associated with the application.
But it still contains a net.whatsapp.
Correct. Correct.
Folder, and that would be consistent with WhatsApp being used at that time.
Correct.
And so we have various times there I've shown you. All of those times, it would be consistent with WhatsApp being used at those times because an image was saved there at those times.
Correct.
Can we please go to slide 21?
Thank you. Here is Monica's device again, correct?
Correct.
And it's contacts, all her contacts, but it's just selectively, you've just highlighted the contacts for Robert Baker, his item 121 device.
Correct.
And he is saved under various names there, we see, don't we? We see a racquetball, right? It's the second row.
Correct. On the top half, you see Robert Racquetball, Louisa, Diane Racquetball. And then on the bottom picture, you see Diane Racquetball. Diane Racquetball.
Right. And obviously, the person using the device, they can choose how they save people in their phone, what names they use.
Correct.
Can we go to slide 26, please? So here is the converse. It is Baker's device 121. It's Monica's contact, how it's saved in his device. Is that right?
Correct.
And here, Monica is just saved as her actual name, right?
Correct.
And there's no alias or different name used, like
Correct.
there was with Louisa and a racquetball, for example.
Correct.
Slide 31, please. Here we have, I want you to focus on Monica's device on the left-hand side. It's the same device we've been talking about, 119, correct?
Correct.
And we have here her contact for Ron Ray.
That's what she listed. That contact is. Yes.
Yes, and there's a phone number given there.
Yes, ending in 8136.
Thank you. And the metadata shows when she created this contact, right?
Correct. March 25th, 2017, 10:21 p.m. California time.
So that's just over 2 months after the murder, correct?
Correct. It's
So that-
ballpark. Yeah.
So that contact was created in her phone.
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence that it had been created any earlier?
No.
Slide 32, just the next slide, please. Again, the left-hand side, there's a contact, and you understand this is for Matt Nurse, right? And Monica's phone, contact Monica's phone.
On the left-hand side, yes.
And you understand that based on the number, the phone number that's given.
Correct. The one ending in 7923.
But the name she's given is obviously not Matt Nurse's actual name. She's sort of using alias there, right? Jim?
Jim.
Okay. I want to move on to Viber. Just the slide 35, please. So as part of this case, you analysed Viber, right?
Correct.
And this is a web page from Viber's own website, right?
Correct.
And just to be absolutely clear, this is not something that was found on anyone's device, right?
Correct.
You searched this yourself. Sorry.
No. Yeah, so I opened up a web browser. I typed in Viber.com, and you see the subsequent screenshots of what the Viber website was. I believe in March of 2018.
This is what Viber's written on its own website about its own product, Viber.
Correct. It's the marketing.
So here we see it says Viber connects over 900 million users, right?
Correct.
And I think under that, in the second paragraph, make calls, send messages, and much more, freely and securely, join millions of people around the globe, and enjoy the world's most comprehensive communication experience, right?
Correct.
So it's a widely used app. A lot of people use it around the world.
Correct.
Right, can you get the next slide, please? This is a FAQ. It's a frequently asked questions, correct?
Correct.
Again, from Viber's own website.
Correct. If you look at the top, it's the fact page.
And it talks about what is Viber, and it sort of describes what it is and gives some of the features, correct?
Correct.
So with Viber, you can send messages of all types and make phone calls to other Viber users for free. Right? It says free there.
Correct.
And it talks about all the different things you can do. You can make audio and video calls, send video or voice messages, use stickers, GIFs, and more, correct?
Correct.
What is a GIF? Do you mind explaining?
It's a
I actually would like to know myself.
GIF or GIF?
GIF, exactly.
It's a image format that blends several photos together for various purposes. But it's just multiple pages that multiple images that are queued to run consecutively.
It talks about using Viber on your smartphone, tablet, computer when you're connected to a Wi-Fi, 3G, or 4G network. See that?
Yes.
And as your understanding, that's because Viber uses internet data to send its messaging.
It utilizes the internet to provide the service that they're using. They're not using internet data. They're actually using the internet bandwidth to utilize their platform.
But in contrast to when you make a phone call or send an SMS message, that uses cellular network. This is using the internet. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, no. Viber is allowing you to use both the cellular networks and the internet, the wired internet. And then when you make a phone call with your on your default messaging app through Verizon or T-Mobile, you're utilizing their cell tower networks. So,
can I ask, does Viber use cell tower connections?
When you're using the application, you can use cell tower bandwidth to utilize the application, but you're utilizing the data, not the phone call bandwidth, not the phone call frequency.
So you're using a different type of connection to the cell tower.
Correct.
That's the 3G or 4G.
Correct. And we're up to 5G now.
Yes, that's right. And is it right that even calls, just voice calls or video calls use that different connection to the cell tower, 3G, 4G, or 5G, rather than the connection that a traditional call would use on a cell phone?
Yeah, the Viber doesn't use the traditional Verizon, T-Mobile, excuse me, AT&T cell tower networks to communicate.
It wouldn't show in those records then?
Correct.
Just go to the next slide, please. It talks about how do I get started with Viber, you see there?
Yes.
Question. It says to start using Viber today by downloading the app. After you've done that, registration takes just a few minutes. You see that?
Yes.
The app is publicly available for anyone to download, correct?
Correct. It's available on the Play Store and iTunes.
And that's basically, is that like the App Store where you download apps?
Yep. Yes, sorry.
One is for iPhone and one's for Android, correct?
Correct.
So you download it through the usual app stores, I call them, just as you would with any other app, correctly?
Correct. Correct.
It's not something you have to access through the dark web or anything like that.
No.
And it's not illegal or banned, is it?
It's
not an illegal or banned app, is it?
Oh, no.
These web pages we've just looked at, these 3 web pages, they talk about the sort of main features and benefits of Viber. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It doesn't say anywhere on any of those 3 pages anything about it being encrypted, does it?
No.
Those web pages highlight that it's widely used, it's free, for example. Is that right?
Yes.
You've seen? Someone looking at these web pages wouldn't even be able to tell it was encrypted from reading what is said on these web pages, right?
What do you mean by what is encrypted?
Well, it's not advertised. You said it's like a marketing tool.
Right.
It's not advertised anywhere on these 3 pages anything about being encrypted, correct?
Correct.
You said earlier that you mentioned that iPhones are encrypted such that you can't do a physical extraction, right?
You can, but that free space that Apple uses encrypting algorithms to encrypt your data, and so it's pointless to look at the free space in Apple products because you're not going to be able to decipher any information. So that's why it would be. You can do it, but it'd be pointless.
And is that this encryption? That's something that Apple does automatically. You don't choose whether it encrypts your data or not, right?
Correct.
And all iPhones are encrypted in that manner.
Correct.
And you're aware what iMessage is, obviously.
Correct.
Is that the messaging that is used when you go iPhone to iPhone?
Correct.
I think you sometimes see it's like the blue bubbles that come up when you text.
Blue and green.
Do you know is iMessage encrypted?
I wouldn't remember if they were encrypted in 2017. The way that they're, it's a little bit different because we've advanced over 8 years.
You're not sure.
Correct.
But it is encrypted now.
I believe iMessages at some level are encrypted, whether it's going across the line or, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to do the research.
All right, okay. That's not something you looked into as part of this investigation?
Correct.
Go to slide 40, please. This is from Monica's iCloud records, correct?
Correct.
This is showing when Viber was first installed on her device.
Correct.
We see April 9th, 2016, if I'm getting the date format correct.
Correct.
No evidence you found to show she downloaded it any earlier than that, right?
Correct. This is from Apple.
Right. This is from Apple's own records.
Correct.
So we know the date of the murder was January 23rd, 2017, right?
Correct.
So this date, this is about 8.5 months before the murder. I know it's a bit of maths in your head, but...
Correct. Yes, correct.
That. So she installed Viber 8.5 months before the murder, right?
Correct.
Can we go to slide 50, please? This shows Baker's device. I think the Samsung S4, item 101, correct?
Correct.
And this similarly shows when Viber was installed on his device, right?
Correct.
And the date there is August 24, 2015, right?
Correct.
You go to the next slide. And this is from his web history, various entries, same device, right?
Correct.
This is September 5th, 2015, shortly after.
Shortly after.
Shortly after the August 24, 2015 in the last slide.
Yeah.
Your definition was shortly. It's
right.
September 5th.
It's September 5th, 2015.
And this is him accessing a web page, it looks like, a URL to activate Viber.
Correct.
So this is September 5th, 2015. So, and again, some maths in your head perhaps, but this is showing that Robert Baker installed and activated Viber about 7.5 months before Monica Sementilli did.
I believe it's a year, it's about 15 months.
Going from I got my maths wrong. April 9, 2016, September 5th, 2015.
From the April date?
So let's do the chronology. From September 5th, 2015 is when Baker activated Viber, right?
There's web history for activation for Viber on September 5th, 2015.
And then Monica installs Viber April 9th, 2016.
Correct.
7.5 months.
Correct.
And my last maths question. September 5th, 2015, when Baker has activated, he goes on a web page to activate Viber. That is about a year and 5 months before the murder.
Correct.
Just go to slide 42, please. Again, these are the Apple records in relation to Viber.
Correct.
This is in relation to when the app updates, right?
Correct.
Now, these records, they don't tell you anything about how many messages were sent, for example, if any.
Correct.
Or who they were sent to, or the content of any of those messages, right?
Correct.
It purely just shows when the app was updated.
Correct.
Slide 44, please. These are more log entries for Viber. This comes under the log entries table. That is a table that shows usage of various apps, right?
Correct.
And you said, I believe you said, at the top there it has 4,234. That's the total number of items, but you filtered it just by Viber here, right?
Correct.
And each of these entries, they're on different days, right?
There is some overlap. It's not.
There is some overlap.
Okay, so if we look at 2279 has. Oh, I'm sorry. No.
I think they are.
They're all unique dates. Correct.
And
there looks. No.
Please, I should be trouble.
No, they look like they're daily logs.
But they only give one time.
Correct.
There's no other information given as just that one time. That's all you can glean from this.
Correct. One log entry was timestamped at various times, but it looks like April 30th, 2016 through November 12th, 2016.
After recess for 15 minutes, the admin supplies. See you back here.
All right, guys, let's go over. They're taking their afternoon recess. So let's see, it's about 4 o'clock out there. I'm going to end this stream after I do a recap because we have to get ready for our 8 o'clock show with Jules. Jules Investigates, and Victoria and Jimmy. So we will pick back up with this tomorrow, but I just want to recap for tonight. So let's see. We are listening. Listen to me. We heard from James Dugan, but we already recapped him. James Gibson. Okay, James Gibson is the digital forensic investigator. So they, after lunch, they recovered deleted photos of Monica. This was the big one. She was on a sidewalk, holding onto a pole with lingerie on her top and nothing on her bottom. Who does that? Does that make her a murderess? I don't know. It makes her sus, but does that actually make her a murderess? I'm not sure. We heard the June 14th text messages from Baker and Monica. Monica text, been up since 7 cleaning. Been up since 7 cleaning up. And then he went over the financials. And then the March 16th photos of insurance, the breakdown. And then he read, then Ms. Silverman read 18 minutes worth of evidence was read in. So that was pretty interesting. And then Cross came up and a British lawyer for the defense. Got to find out his name. I'm sure we can find that out tomorrow. They talk about, is it GIF or is it GIF? I know his pain. I go with GIF, but I've heard GIFs as well, but I go with the GIF. And that's basically just an animated short, few seconds. Baker installed Viber September 5th. Monica installed it April 9th. So September 5th of 2015, Monica April 9th, 2016. So the defense is all trying to show it was all Baker, right? It's just Baker is the one that's leading this charge, if you will, manipulating her. He's this Svengali. She's, this innocent, I don't know if she's innocent or not, but she's under his spell, if you will. So, all right. So let's get to some of your questions and comments. Let's see what you guys are talking about. I will find out. You know what I can show? I want to show this. Let's see. I want to show this. I think this says it all. Sorry. It's okay. We didn't hear anything. So we've got that. Oh, there's a big crash coming. We've got that. All right, Missy Russell, we'll see you tomorrow. Even Monica was like, we've got this guy, this one. And then my last screenshot. Oh boy. Miss Silverman, we love you, but my goodness, that was very interesting. Therapist, on evidence, she was reading Java text into the record. Totally. All right, Missy Russell, gonna run. See you tomorrow. They were all pretty good, right? I thought those were all pretty good. Those are all pretty good pictures. All right. Capri Law, those aren't GIFs. What is Capri Law? Or memes or memes? I've never heard that. A meme. Those are just pictures. Oh yeah. Those were not GIFs. Those were just pictures. A GIF is like an animated, like when you see, yeah, they're still pictures put together, and they, it's usually like 2 or 3 seconds. Is that true about 3 emojis? Yes, we are trying to keep the emojis to a minimum. We've looked at a lot of other creators, and they usually only do 2 or 1 or none. So we're going with 3. So we're trying to keep our chat under control with 3. No more than 3. Please and thank you. Therapist, no, Mimi. I've never heard anybody say a Mimi. That's really funny. A Mimi. Yes. Hey, Mona, a graphic interchange format. So yeah, it's usually like, I don't know, 10, 20 or whatever images put together. It could be 3 or 4, but it's, and it's just somebody like doing something, that could be a meme, or I'm sorry, a GIF. Animated. It's usually animated, an animated GIF. Hey, Mona, this chat is not under control. Pammy's a meme. Yes, 3 is allowed. 3 is allowed. That's what we try to keep it to 3. Because it just gets out of control, because then you'll see like 30 emojis. We looked at other content creators, and usually they're just 1 or 2. So 3 emojis. All right. You mean 3 at a time, not 3 specific. Yes, correct. Don't snitch. We're very well behaved. Yes, we're a very well behaved lot we are. Kathy Smith, oh no, you mean 3 at a time. Yes, not 3 specific. So 3 at a time. So if you want to do 3, just 3 at a time. All right, therapist, is dropping her favorite GIF of all time. Yes, thank you, Irish Amy. It makes sense. Yeah, it's before we did it, we'd have like 30 emojis. I mean, it's fun, it's cute, but it just gets out of control real fast. So, which trying to corral the chat. Hey, Mona, no snitching ever for me. I grew up in the don't narc anyone out era. Snitches get stitches. That is true. All right, so I'm going to take a moment to talk about tonight's show with Jules Investigates. Victoria Maxwell and Jimmy Dugan will be on. We're going to be talking about Victoria's son, Devin Perkins, and his 3 friends that were killed in the car crash. Driver was coming head on, hit them head on. That driver had been drinking for like 6 or 7 hours, didn't have his lights on, and crashed right into Devin. His girlfriend Alexandra, or Allie, and their friends in the backseat, Kyle and Ava. Devin was charged as well, and because he was speeding, he was going like 85 miles an hour. So they charged him. His trial, I believe, was in November, December, and he was found guilty. And the appeals was last Friday, January 31st, and we're waiting to hear what comes out of that. But in the meantime, we're going to have Victoria and Jimmy on. So Jimmy is Allie or Alexandra's father. So please join us. I'm sure Erin has set up a redirect for that already. So she has, and I will drop this in the chat as well. If you guys definitely join us, it's important. You know, I think this kid Devin should not be should be out. I mean, it's a misdemeanor for speeding. You know. Yeah, it is terrible. Hey, Mona, it's absolutely terrible. So there's the link as well. There's the link. Jules Investigates. And, yep, Kathy Smith. Poor Victoria, her son and friends. And here's the thing. The parents are for Devin except for Ava. That's the one parent that is not. But Jimmy, who's going to be on tonight, is actually for Devin to be released. It's a terrible story, but it's an interesting one. All right, it's going to be at 8 o'clock tonight, so less than an hour. So I'm going to go pop off here, grab a quick bite, decompress for a few. So it's 8 o'clock tonight. So Redirect will take you guys over there and join us. We've had Victoria on before. She's really compelling. She's got a lot to say. Irish Amy, yeah, I'd love to watch, but we'll have to rewatch. Probably won't make it up. Will you be uploading the video after at some point? Well, it's going to be live, so it's just like any other video we do, Irish Amy. So it will be available for you to watch when you wake up. It will be there. Yes, therapist you know says rewatch crew. So, all right. So until then, Curvy, hold that thought because I gotta end here. But keep that thought going and bring it over. Thank you guys. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our fantastic mods. Therapist you know and Julie, OnlyFan, Hellcat, Widespread Panic, Brat. A few of our mods are out, but everybody, Rachel B, Jules, Florida PI Sam, you guys are the best. Our chat, you guys are the best. You make our channel what it is, which is fantastic. So Curvy will bring that thought to the other stream. I will see you guys in 50 minutes or so. Thanks again for watching. Appreciate you guys. Bye.